Hey, my friends, how we doing? Maybe I should keep the music still a rolling. What's happening? Happy Saturday. I told you I wanted to come to you tonight just as kind of a hang, no agenda. And I'm going to get into that a little bit, even despite the title that I put up today. There's no agenda here other than just to hang with my Sneds. And I got a little vino that I'm going to have with you. And check it out. It's called Moon X. And quite honestly, I can't remember if this is any good or not because I remember I bought it once before and I don't think it's too good. But on a full moon, how about we have a little Moon X? I just cracked the bottle and just going to have a little vino with my friends tonight and get into the chat here with you and we're gonna hang and I'm gonna get to the agenda slash no agenda here in just a few minutes as the room fills up. We're at 457 beautiful humans in the theater. Welcome everybody. Cheers. How we doing tonight? Happy Saturday. Let's see. Let me get to some of the chat. Alyssa, hello everyone. So good to see you on tonight, Dave. I had a pretty bad argument with my little bro tonight. I was really hoping he possibly is beginning. Sorry, that went off. To wake up, but nope, he's on his third booster. It's just so sad to see how many brainwashed people are still. I'm sorry, Alyssa. That is a bummer, and I get it, and that's just a bummer. And this was so necessary. This was so necessary to take out the big pharma. And if you look at the casualties that are happening right now, then it's easy to see and easy to challenge and question how devastating this is to humanity. And yet, if we don't crash this allopathic system, the pharmacological system, then imagine how much devastation and how much disease there would be carried into the future for generations to come. This generation, the generations that exist on this planet right now, I believe are making a sacrifice for humanity. And it's not just the people who are taking this jab, right? But it's also the people who love the people that are taking this jab. And while many of the jabs that have been taken, as we've heard, that there are different jabs. There are saline. I've shown you that many of the jabs handed out were saline. There was the nurse that said that some are saline and some they're marked, they're labeled 1, 2, and 3. And some of the real actual graphene oxide. So maybe that's why we're seeing some people die, some people not. There are a lot of questions that still remain. And the most important thing that we can do is continue to ask those questions and continue to seek answers, right? So I do really believe that if you think of the greatest generation that went through World War II, some World War I, some World War II, and Vietnam and Korea. And you think about those generations and those people and the sacrifices that they made, the sacrifices their families made, mothers, fathers of their, young boys and girls that went off to war, primarily boys, obviously. But certainly in the modern era, many more women. And I say girls and boys because they went so young. So we had a whole generation of people that had great sacrifices then, and we're seeing what we're going through, and those were wars. We're right at about 600 people. Cheers, everybody! Welcome. We're going to check our codes here in a second, but come on in. But those brave boys and girls became men and women way too soon, and saw way too many things, too much tragedy than a human being ever should, and as a result, couldn't really handle that. Had psychological problems. Many are now homeless. Many committing suicide. At one point, I remember it was 22 per day, which is just tragic that we even live in a place where that has become acceptable, or that we haven't literally, drug out the people out of their homes and that were responsible for those wars, and put them behind bars for eternity, or strung them up, is a question that I think we'll be asking ourselves for quite a while after we realize the treachery and the deception and the treason that was behind the decisions that sent those innocent lives into war. And so what we're seeing now is we're seeing innocent lives being sacrificed in this war. And again, just like the previous wars, with the exception of the draft, we saw people volunteer for that war as well. But it was very different. They thought they were fighting for themselves. They thought they were keeping others safe by going off to war, whereas this war that we're in right now, and Alyssa, in your particular situation, your brother choosing to, get the jab, is protecting himself, but maybe also there is and this is certainly part of the narrative, there is the feeling that I'm going to save others as well. I'm going to protect my family. I'm going to protect my grandmother, my grandfather, by getting this jab. So there is an altruistic nature to many that are getting this jab. And so just like there was an altruistic nature of the people that went off to war. So we are just a different generation, a different time, and a different war. All right. Remote viewer, Sneducation time. Thank you, brother. So Alyssa, my heart goes out to you, and I wish the best for you and your family and your brother, and love him. That's all we can do. Love him and be there for him, and just, we're all reaching the truth at our own pace. And we're definitely needing to give each other space to do that, right? And understand that we are under a tyrannical system right now, but we just need to keep ourselves safe in the process. Some people think keeping ourselves safe in this process is taking the jab, but what they don't realize is the people that are telling them that are actually benefiting from the money from it. Yeah. So I came on tonight a long way up because I was off last night. I had a nice event, our class Christmas party, that hosted by our dear friends that hosted every year, and but we didn't have it the past 2 years. And it was quite lovely being among like-minded people, free thinkers, and having some drinks and having some laughs, and I promised my daughter Snedgement time. Thank you, Jan. I promised my daughter that I wouldn't talk politics last night, and I didn't. I didn't 1 ounce, and I didn't feel the need to. And it was just beautiful because I was just too busy, laughing and joking and, eating some incredible food. And so, yeah. Robin, you're having some homemade sangria. That sounds lovely. Well, raise your glass, my dear. I toast to you, and I toast to all the Sned heads. Cheers, everybody. So hey, we got 706 in the theater. I don't know what we're gonna have tonight. Love to get that up over 1,000. If you would, please share this out. We're gonna have some fun with this, and we're gonna have a conversation. Okay, and and I will tell you this, that I'm not going to try to convince you of anything tonight. Uh, that's I don't have an agenda. I don't have a bunch of slides I'm going to show you. I have some things I'm probably going to pull up as we talk. But I want to talk to you about a couple things. But before we do, I want us to check our codes. And so you're welcome, Alyssa. God bless you and your brother. And these relationships will be mended. And I hope that we can look into the future together. Like how I was, for those of you who took advantage of connecting with Amy, my love, this week on dream building, the focus was imagining yourself turning around 3 times clockwise and imagining yourself, 3 years into the future or 5 years into the future. And what does your life look like now at that time in the future? But speak about it like now. Like, I'm so happy that my brother and I just went to dinner and we had laughs and we had fun and we didn't talk about politics, and he's healthy. He realizes that the jab may have been silly and he realizes I was right, but I'm not busy telling him I told you so, and we're back to where we once were, and we're in love as brother and sister. And it's just a beautiful thing. And actually seeing those moments, and that's so important that we can have that visual, right, and see into the future and see our relationships with our parents and our children, very different from what they are now, maybe, or the same depending on how they are, but really positive, really fabulous, right? And so it's so important to act as if we are, in love with our spouse again. Act as if we are, in love with our brother and our sister again, and our children. And there's a connection, and there's laughter, and there's playfulness, and there's joy, and there's just a beauty to it. And so at any rate, that's what I ask us all to do, because it's so important for us to see the future that we want and to be the future that we want. Yeah. So coming into the lovely blue lit theater tonight, the Sned Shed, you're coming in out of the cold, my friends. You're coming in out of a dark winter, if you will, and you've got your big heavy winter coat on to protect you from all the nonsense out there, all the negativity, all the frequency, the negative, nasty frequency, the noise and the mayhem, and the absolute discouraging view of humanity. And we have this big coat on that is also to protect us from all that, but it also has dumped a lot of things on us that contains all the preconceived notions, the unconscious bias, the ego that we have wrapped up in ourselves, and what we are right about and what we know about. And for the next couple hours, you're not going to have to make any major decisions. You're not going to be attacked. You're not going to be... So the whole idea here is, just for this time, can you check your coat? Can you take off that coat and just check it at the coat check? Grab a claim ticket. It's safe there. all your beliefs, all the things that you cling on to are safe. You can come back to them at any time. You can leave early. You can grab it on your way out. You've got your claim ticket. Even if you forgot your claim ticket, they know you. You trust them at the claim check, and you'll get your jacket anyway. And you may have to go back. You may have to put some more things in. But the whole idea is to download some new information, some potentially very helpful information and insight, talk about some of these things, but not come here with any preconceived notions or beliefs or indoctrination. Those are all checked at the coat check, yeah? And that's how we do. And then we grab a snack, grab a drink, grab our pet, our love, our favorite yourself, and come on in and cheers, everybody. Much love to you tonight on this Saturday night, on this full moon. On this full moon. That's not too bad. On the moon, on the full moon, the Moon X. So let me talk about the way I have done my close to 900 shows with you. I talk at this pace because I'm not the, Sean Hannity, in your face, sharp voice, all the. I'm not this Tucker Carlson and and all these graphics and all this. It's not about that. It's about literally having a conversation. See, what they are doing is they are downloading information to you at such a pace. It's not a conversation, right? Like when I'm having a conversation with you like this, I'm literally imagining that you're thinking and having conversation back with me, right? So it's really about connecting at a level. Like the things I'm also, thank you, Maggie. The thing I'm also doing is I'm also speaking live. And just as, one of the things that we lose in our day-to-day lives when we wake up in the morning, from drive time radio to AM radio to, morning television, all throughout the day, what's important to understand is that almost everything we hear, with the exception of maybe some talk radio or some podcasts, but even podcasts, are scripted. They're scripted to convey a particular message or to manipulate. And so it's so important to get out of that scripted dialogue once in a while and just have a conversation. So when you see me talking, when you hear me talking, I'm actually coming up with, I have no notes, I have no agenda right now tonight, other than I have a topic that I want to talk to you about. And so we're just talking here. And when you understand that we're just talking and we're just spitballing, so to speak, right? That you don't have to take anything I have to say to you tonight home and own it. I'm not saying you got to own this. I'm not saying you've got to believe as I believe. That's why the reason why I titled this the way I did is I want to talk not about whether the earth is flat or the earth is a globe, but I want to talk about why this conversation and why this research and investigation is so important to do and have. Okay? So we're going to go there. All right? And we're going to get into this. And so let me update the chat here. Okay? And I would ask you too, by the way, Sunup, I can only listen to calming voices, Dave. Can't handle a lot of people's voices. Sunup, I'm the same way. I've talked about this a lot. And see, one of the reasons why most voices that we hear on television and on radio and are so abrasive is because they're meant to grab your attention. They're meant to, hey, you got to come to this, and hey, da 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 da. I remember one of the first videos I did, right? The story time with Uncle Dave here for a minute. It's real brief, but one of the first videos I ever when I was starting my show, right? When I was starting to just talk, I went to this, one of those YouTube videos on how to do your podcast, right? Or how to do your YouTube show, right? And I remember this guy, and I remember his arms were like, hey, you got to come on, boom, 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 you got to do all this, right? And he says, what's most important is you got to grab them in the first 7 seconds, right? and I thought, well, I'm not doing that. Okay, so because, see, that's the problem. The reason why I do what I do the way I do it is because the problem is, in this world, is that we're not listening to the people that we should be listening to or having a conversation with. We're listening to the loudest. We're listening to the most polished. My suit, my tie, my coiffed hair, my makeup, final touches, okay, and 3 and 2 and 1, $1,000 suits and sexy legs with pumps and and awesome background and making it look like we're so busy and we're so important and all the graphics that are flashing up and trying to catch your attention, and we're not listening. We're not having the conversations with the people maybe we should be having the conversations with. We're just hearing the loudest. We're hearing the most polished, the most well marketed, okay, because they're going to get in front of you. I don't market. I don't advertise. I don't do any of that. I'm going to get into a little bit of that because we want to grow our audience, certainly. We want to reach more people. But right now, I'll tell you, with no notice, with maybe an email that went out a little while ago, we're at 830 people. And my love, Amy, she's been in theater since she was 13 years old. She's played some of the most amazing characters in theater history. She's a real actress, not like somebody that comes out to Hollywood and sells her soul to the devil and gets, roles in Disney television and all that. She doesn't do that. She's never done that. But real roles, and I've produced one of her one-woman shows. She did Rosie the Riveter and Eleanor Roosevelt. She played those two characters brilliant. And I produced her, and it was like I think it was 100-seat theater. And do you know how hard it is to get people in a 100-seat theater? Do you know how hard it is to get people in a 1,000-seat theater? It's nearly impossible. The amount of advertising, and I do it every night. Every time I turn this mic on, I reach at least 1,500, if not 2,000 people live, and then another 20,000, 30,000 by the next day within 24, 48 hours. Cheers, everybody. So I want to reach some more people, but the people I'm reaching, I'm very happy with it because you're loyal, you're seeking answers, you're discerning, you're reaching out to others, trying to find solutions, trying to find answers, and you're engaging with what's happening in the world, right? Okay. Yeah, we need to listen to normal, everyday, real people, and that's what we need to put in offices. We need to put real people running the U.S. Absolutely. And stop giving our power. Thank you, Annie girl. That's awesome. She is amazing. I'm very fortunate. And I take her for granted more than I should. So at any rate, so let's go. Short show. The wine is going to make Dave's mouth dry. I got some water too. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get there. Kathy, we trust you. Thank you, Kathy. And I think I've earned your trust, and one of the ways that I've earned your trust is by not promising you things that I wasn't about. First of all, right? And in a time that we are happy Saturday, Lauren. We are at a time when we're seeking solutions, we're seeking answers, and we're going down different paths, aren't we? Right? And we're finding who we should listen to and who we shouldn't. Amy and Dave are the most perfect couple. Yeah, I wish that were more true. But I just want you guys to know that we have problems just like anybody else, right? Winks of an angel. Dave has his Barry White voice on, so let's see how long I can stay awake. By the way, winks of an angel. Love your name. I saw your comment earlier that you lost your dog, I believe. I'm so very sorry. I've lost a dog of 17 and a half years before, and it's just devastating. So much love to you, and much love to your beautiful animal that you spent some really amazing time with. Pat Evans is in 90-day Facebook jail. Please send money. I'm sorry, Pat. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Ann. I appreciate you. So, watching from Idaho Falls. Love you, Dave. Merry Christmas, Snedheads. Hey, by the way, guys, would you mind just chiming in on where you're from right now, like where you're in from? Let's kind of get a vibe of where everybody is in the world. B. Carlino, I sent a video of Snedhead's fan page. It's new footage from January 6th. That's awesome. We're not going to get into that stuff tonight. I'll get back into it on Monday. I'm going to do a show Monday and Tuesday this week, and Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm going to take off for Christmas. But thank you for that. And so at any rate, let's get back to the topic at hand, and that is that we're hearing a lot. So let me I wanted to bring up here. Let me bring this up. This is when I can do the chat with you. Here we go. Sydney, Australia, Kami, California, Christina, Lakeway, Texas, Diana, Nancy, Tennessee, Alyssa, New Jersey, Conscious Peace, British Columbia, Vancouver, Washington, upstate Kami, New York, Hannibal, Missouri, Michelle's in Facebook jail, Florida, Kentucky, Minnesota, Illinois, Nashua, New Hampshire, possibly looking at Ohio, Bossy, Ohio, Ontario, Linda, I enjoy listening to you because you're not an in-your-face kind of person. You speak softly and to the point. Very enjoyable. Thank you, Linda. And I know I get upset at times, and I know I come on kind of strong, but it's not towards you. It's towards the people who are enslaving us, right? Las Vegas, Wild West, Michael, Chicago, Brenda, Tennessee, B. Jones, Prescott, Piedmont, South Carolina, Spirit Girl, Kingsland, Georgia, Mamba, Watson, Missouri, Illinois, Tricia Paulson, all the way from Sydney, Australia, Liberté 28, welcome, Neosho, Missouri, Deanna, and Christina and Kami, California. Let's see, Daniel, Garrettsville, Ohio, Marcy, Omaha, a lot of U.S., Colosan, timed CVR. I don't know what that is. Oh, Colorado, probably. Illinois, Quad Cities, Eileen. New Hampshire, Surprise, Arizona, Cynthia. Pennsylvania, Melanie. Michigan, Nikki. Look at all this, guys. This is so cool. Long Island, New York. Winks. Foxy 1, Illinois. Sandoof, Greer, South Carolina. Sandoof, thanks for all you do over in Twitchville. You and Quasi Pete and North Versailles, Pennsylvania, Kalia. Northeast California, Rumoret, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Snowy, Maine, Judy, Deanna, Arizona. Hi, Deanna. Good to see you. Amy, good to see you in Illinois. Fantastic. Todd in Michigan. Good to see you, Todd. You got that picture up in the intro. I'm going to do a new intro too, hopefully this week. Dawn in Tennessee, Marcia in York, Maine, Shelley Anus, Montana. Isn't it cool, guys, seeing how us all around the world here, I mean, not necessarily around the world, but certainly the U.S. tonight. Jennifer, Monroe, but of course Sydney, so we do have around the world. Springfield, Cindy Malone, Springfield, Illinois. A cute picture, Cindy. Ava, good to see you. Carrier, Mississippi in the house. Great to see you. I hope your love, who I adore, and your little girl are doing great. Heidi, good evening from West Virginia, or Forest, Virginia, sorry. Michelle, Virginia. Linda, Pennsylvania, upstate New York, Grandma. Kiki D. Hey, Few 7. I don't know what that is. Alabama, proud Army mom, sorry. Michelle, I'm in Wisconsin. Good to see you. Terry, Ohio. Lori, Dave, your voice lulls me to sleep. Wake up! Wake up! Arlington, Texas here, Pat. And remote, you're up in Canada, I know. Debbie in Pennsylvania. Denmark, FT, welcome from Denmark. Jody, Terry, Michigan. Pennsylvania, Indiana, Tampa, Baltimore. Ajax, good to see you. Tampa, Lucia. Farrah from Northeast Georgia. Good to see you, Farrah. It's a Farrah I know and love that I saw Dr. Chad's in Georgia. I think Dr. Chad might be on with us tonight, and maybe Teresa. Welcome, guys. And I want to do a show with you, Dr. Chad. We are overdue, my friend. And Columbia, South Carolina. Drew, great to have you. Oklahoma, Bracken. Christina, good to see you, Minnesota. Gay, Q, and you, Dave, said no outside comms, and that has stuck and led me through the past 2.5 years, Ontario, Canada. Thank you for that, Gay. By the way, just regarding the no outside comms, right? I'm sorry, I took the chat off there. It's not supposed to leave like that. How important is that, right? Q knew that we were going to be inundated. And look at, you guys have gone over to England and listened to a couple dudes over there and that promised you intel. You've listened to other people here in the U.S. and that promised you intel. You listened to some ladies, you listened to some men that promised you that they had something that you didn't have. That's how you get an audience, my friends. Or you have people on that promise you something that you didn't have. Look at this. This is fabulous. Thank you all for chiming in here with all the fabulous places you're from. Some great places. And some places that I know are in tyranny, right? Bruce, hey, Dave, greetings from La Mesa, California, in the San Diego area. Great to see you. Western Montana, Danielle. South Australia, Caslaws, good to see you. Fort Wayne, Indiana, Craig. Mississippi, Gulf Coast, Charlotte. Merry Christmas from Ohio. Folks, in January, I think I'm going to be going to Ohio and New Hampshire to possibly look for new places to live, as California is not here. And I'll tell you, I'm penning a retirement letter to my football buddies, because this is going to be the last year that I play football on the beach with them, because we'll be leaving California. And I basically haven't finished the letter, but I'm about to say that the only way we stay in California is if I run for governor and win. But But I'm thinking to myself, really? Can I run for governor against Gavin Newsom, who's got $28 million in the bank already for his campaign, and in a system that's still corrupt? I would love nothing better. Really. I mean, I would devote my life towards cleaning up California if I had any power, because it would be the easiest job in the world, because there's nowhere to go but up. And I've got some solutions that would make that happen. But I'm afraid, my friends, that I'm going to have to find another bunker, right? And so I'm looking. So in January, maybe we'll get together in Ohio and in New Hampshire, New England. So, Teresa, good to see you, and Maggie and Deborah, and look at all you guys. You're so fabulous. Look at all this. Fantastic. Hugs from Houston, Texas. I hope you received the Christmas card I sent you. Debbie, yes, I got my Christmas cards here, a few, and I've got to check some more out. But let me, I have one from Debbie, you right here, right? Merry Christmas, right? Thank you very much. Blessed Christmas, Debbie. So sweet. Thank you so much for showing your indoctrination videos. I learned so much from you, Todd and Cindy and Amy. I hope you enjoy this recipe. I'm looking forward to the recipe. And the recipe is Texas sweet cake. So Dave, Amy, and family, wishing you a blessed Christmas and New Year. Love, Debbie L. Ontivero and Joe Sr., Papa O. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. And I've got a few others here. This is, and I'm going to put them up on the wall behind me. God bless you at Christmas. May your life be so filled with the gifts He gives, peace, joy, hope, and love. Have a blessed Christmas. May you and your loved ones and the indoctrination team and their loved ones have a very blessed Christmas and blessed New Year. With love, Sheila Christak, which is Champy Gal and Sheila Lynn. Thank you so much for that. Quite lovely. And again, I'm gonna put those up on the wall behind me. And thinking of you. This is from Christy, and I'm having trouble reading it because of the lighting. But thank you for what you do. Do for yourself and share with us to learn and grow away from the deception of government and in general. Blessings to you, family, and Todd and Cindy and all the Sned heads. May God bless everyone every day throughout the year. I have learned a lot. I still am a dinosaur with the computer and have not did the search on computer yet because I need to learn how to use it first. Love in Christ, Jean, God the Father, Holy Spirit, Wiley. Jean Wiley. Thank you so much for that, and all the smiley faces there, and the beautiful card. Thank you all. And if you guys want to send something to me, I think I don't know if I have my address in one of these, but I'll see if I can find it for you. But I do really enjoy getting things from you all, and so appreciate it. So look at all around the U.S., around the world. Oh my gosh, look at you guys. Fantastic. Norway, West Central Illinois, and we are 972 in the house, and Tennessee, T. Young, Melbourne, Australia. Marcia Love Kroger, good to see you, Marcia. Evelyn, Cape Cod. Michelle B., Melbourne. Fantastic. So, my friends, Snedder Day night in Michigan. Snedder Day night. Thank you, Cheryl. That's awesome. I don't know why that goes dark behind that. Florida here, Kathy. Okay. So we're going to have a conversation. Yeah. Um, and yeah, trying to figure out. Dave Sned, Ohio needs you. Thank you, Terry. Dave, come to Georgia. Yeah, I've thought about that as well. Um, yeah. I have a friend renting her home in Prescott, Arizona, furnished. If not, I can send you a home in Arizona and Nevada. Thank you. Send it my way. We're looking everywhere. Um, yeah. So, Nikki, come to Wisconsin. Wisconsin's a tough one, right? So, you have power and you don't need the California governance to prove it. Thank you, Vincent. I appreciate that. I do agree that we can do so much more outside of office just by holding those accountable that are in office. Thank you, Vincent, for that. All right, my friends, let's get into the topic tonight, shall we? Sherry, I'm looking at Texas as well. No question about it. Oklahoma, sovereign state. I know. And pray for Kentucky. We got some more weather affecting us all, folks. So we'll get to that. Come to New England, Gene. You know, I spent 10 years in New Zealand, and and uh, and Stephanie. Listen to Stephanie. Excuse me. My 11-year-old son just came into the room and asked, "Is that Dave? He has heard your voice for almost 2 years now, and I believe he thinks you're family." Well, he's right, Stephanie. Hello, we are family, right? Tell him hello, and so glad that he knows me, and that I feel like I know you, and I feel like I know him, and I feel like I know so many of you. Yes, it's Uncle Dave. Julie, yes. All right, my friends. Lorna just got back from a Christmas party. Okay, Bannon today saying a lot about Ray Epps. That's going to come out. But you know what, folks? We're gonna take a step away from all that stuff for tonight. I could easily get into that. And I do want to tell you that Todd had a great post tonight on Facebook, and I want to reiterate and just share with you what he said. We're very close to some major things happening, and we've been given a kind of a blueprint or a puzzle to figure out by Q, by the Trump team, by this element that is looking to take back our planet from the cabal, and I believe in it. Elise, ain't nobody better than Uncle Dave. Can't wait to hug you. And if I get up to New England, Elise, I've got to see you, or maybe even Ohio. Okay, so I can't wait to meet you in person, my dear. And your little boy, Liam, I can't wait to meet him as well. Ohio will always be home, Dave. Come home. Ohio needs you. Yep, I grew up in Ohio for 9 years, my friends. So I've been all over. I mean, I've lived in Pennsylvania. I've lived in Ohio, lived in Illinois, lived in Iowa, Rhode Island, Boston, Florida, Tennessee, Nashville, Istanbul, California, of course. Just Georgia, Atlanta. I've lived in a lot of places. Awesome. We'll drive to New Hampshire. Yes, please. That would be awesome. So you love the blue background. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to give it a good hang. So, all right. I've said this many times. I'm going to get into it. Okay. Cheers, everybody. Happy Saturday. Loved Iowa, by the way. Loved Iowa. The people in Iowa. We're at 1,014, my friends. Folks, if you're coming in late, this is so important. Please, we're coming into a nice, beautiful space with a bunch of awake human beings. Let's check our codes. Please, let's just check all the things that we believe, all the things that we've been indoctrinated into. can you just wrap your head around the concept that you're safe without your big heavy coat on of indoctrination and even things that you know to be true that may not, or they are, but you don't need to prove your point over the next 2 hours or hour and a half, whatever time we spend together. And just check it at the coat check, and just, you can grab it at any time. You can grab it on the way out. You can add to it. But just, if we can just wrap our heads around, I don't need to defend myself. I don't need to defend my position. Because I'm not going to try to convince you of anything. I'm going to just have a conversation with you and about why this conversation is so important to have. Okay? So please check your codes, grab a snack, grab a drink, come on in. So here we go. Right now, people are looking for answers. People are realizing that they've been lied to about a great many things. And so our eyes are opening for the first time. Remember the Matrix, right? The Matrix is back in the news. And how ironic that in order to be able to go see the Matrix in many theaters, that you literally have to have taken the blue pill. Think about that. Think about that. The people that took the red pill aren't getting the jab. So the people that have actually taken the red pill won't be going to see the Matrix in the theaters. Right? Okay. So the Matrix, Neo says after he came out of the Matrix, why do my eyes hurt? And Morpheus says, because you've never used them before. And so the more we've awakened, and as you know, I've took this journey as early as 15 years ago, that, by the way, the Matrix was responsible for me probably not making it in Hollywood, just so you know. And if I get back to that story, I will. Maybe remind me at the end of the night or something. But some of you know that story. But so, California, I know, certain New York, I think you have to be vaccinated to go into certain theaters to see the Matrix, right? So yeah, the red pill covers a whole bunch of lies, right? So we haven't used our eyes before, and we're awakening now, right? And in this awakening, we're starting to not just look at topics, right? That, okay, I was lied to about education. I was lied to about vaccinations. I was lied to about medication. I was lied to about, incarceration. All these areas I've said, incarceration nation, medication nation, vaccination nation, right? These are all parts of the indoctrination. And as we've opened up, we've gone down all these different rabbit holes, right? And the children that we've discovered, and we've covered at great length, of how many children are disappearing, and the adrenochrome, and the child trafficking, and the human trafficking, and the organ harvesting, right? Excuse me. And we've covered all these areas, and every single one of them, when we open up that can of worms, so to speak, it might take us a month or 2 months to get through that particular thing, or longer. And so if we're talking about awakening in these different areas, then we're being exposed to things that we never thought about before. And so I just want to walk you through that process and why that process is so important. Because how many times have you heard, they're not stealing children, they're not drinking their blood, you guys are idiots, they're not doing this, they're not laundering money, they're not taking money, they're not, talking about this cabal, talking about the politicians, right? They're not cutting backroom deals. You guys are all, all these areas in which they say, people will say, your friends, your neighbors, your family, they're not killing us with the jab. Okay? You're an idiot. They're not. Okay? Just stop it. Stop it with your conspiracy bullshit. Okay? There's an element of our human psyche that we jump into to protect our way of seeing things, right? It's the cognitive dissonance that we don't want to shatter that part of our world, okay? You can challenge this part of my world, but you can't challenge this part of my world, okay? Or you can challenge the COVID vaccine. And this is a conversation I just had very recently. They're not going to give their children the COVID vaccine, but they've given them all the other vaccines, right? And while their children might be fine, we all also know that these childhood jabs also contribute to asthma, contribute to diabetes, contribute to cancer, contribute to allergies, to asthma, all of these things. So they might not die from these jabs, but the new norm is unhealthy children. The new norm is unhealthy adults. So you can challenge this part of my world, but don't challenge this part of my world, because I got this part of my world down, right? And so that's why you can maybe wake people up to, okay, there's a problem down at the border. We shouldn't be just letting people through, okay? But don't tell me my doctor is in on it with the cabal, or don't tell me, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm going to wake up to this, but I'm going to leave this be, okay? Or I'm going to wake up to this. So the whole idea, then sterilization, Julie, yes, absolutely. With the jabs, right? And that's why it's so hard. That's why there's a whole industry on helping, women and men get pregnant, right? Meaning couples get pregnant, not that men get pregnant. They don't bleed. They don't have vaginas. They don't bleed. Okay. So, I know I'm, transphobic for saying that. And I'm, my apologies to the 0.0008% of the population, but I'm not. I love you, and I love whatever you're going through, and wherever you are in your life. I love you, and I don't judge you. I'm just not going to live my life based on your beliefs or what you're going through. So this is, the spike protein screw, absolutely. Big Tech 6. I love that title, by the way. Yes, you're right. But we're not going to get into that tonight. We're going to focus on this one topic. So here's the thing. What if we just pretend that we know nothing? And we're checking everything we know at the code check. And I'll tell you why this is so important. because every single situation that I've entered where I thought, oh, I know what I'm doing, I know what this is, I don't learn as much. But if I come into a situation and say to myself, I don't know anything about this, let me just be a sponge and soak up everything I can, right? Exactly. So that's when I get, I'm able to download a tremendous amount of information. Anastasia, hello, dear. Dave, those who are in the mindset don't have the neural pathways open because they have never been bored. Boredom breeds creativity. Creativity breeds critical thought and exploration. That is so important. I think what do you call it in wine? That's causing the histamine. So my apologies for the clearing my throat. But children, one of the things we learned through the Waldorf education was when our child says, I'm bored, that we're supposed to say, oh, awesome. Well, you're going to find something in that boredom to do that you're going to be so happy. Right? Because we do need to be bored. We do need to have that solitude of, what am I going to do now? And then we find something to do. We find something to dig into, right? So that's so valuable. Anastasia, I'm glad you mentioned that. Excuse me. Dude, Dan Scavino just posted 2 videos in the last 30 minutes. Maybe we'll drop down those later because, folks, things are happening. And I started to tell you about Todd, and I think I may have just cut that off, but I'll go back to that briefly, and then we'll carry on. But, just there's stuff going down. We've been told about all these things. We've been made aware of the deception. We've been made aware of the treason. We've been made aware of the cabal, of the people that control humanity. And through that awareness, we are bringing truth to light. We are bringing light to darkness. And things are changing. Whether or not there's some, big military takeover or there's this or that, it's happening as we speak. The destruction of the old guard, the destruction of all the old establishments, all the old institutions that we once trusted. Okay? And this is what I'm talking about. So take the most mind-blowing concept, right, that we've been told since we were children. And we went, we were given a ball with, the earth printed on it. We had a globe in our room. We had the stars on their ceiling. We went to school, and the first thing you see in a kindergarten is a globe, and every classroom is a globe. And we've seen this whole, I just watched an episode of The Jetsons with my daughter today, and it was the globe Earth coming in from outer space and seeing the globe Earth, right? So so just in the past, since media existed, we've got Star Trek, we've got Star Wars, we've got all of these different movies that that show the Earth and the solar system and what do you call it, the Green Lantern, and all the Thanos and the Marvel, and all of this showing us these globes, circling around the sun and circling around other stars, right? Some solar systems with 2 stars, right? Like, that's confusing if the gravity thing and you're intertwining them and all that. But so what's important to understand is that most recently, what we've been exposed to is this vast universe, okay? But if you go back to the ancient biblical texts, the ancient, all the ancient texts spoke of a stationary earth, okay? So we're going to talk about the two extremes. But before we talk about the two extremes, we're going to talk about why this is so important to have this conversation. Because if we live on a flat disk Earth, and I'll talk about some of the various areas of speculation, okay? Just like I'll speak about the various areas of the globe speculation, right? Let's talk about why it's so important to have this conversation. It's so important for us to explore. I'll give you an example. I've written scripts. I've written, movies. I've written plays. I've written commercials. I love the creative process of coming up with ideas. And when you get in a room with your creative partners, my buddy Samson and I would do this, right? Like we would throw, and by the way, I got to turn you on when I start the network. I'm going to have some movies on the network, and they're going to be movies of friends of mine, okay? And Samson's going to be one of them because he's done some great movies. But we'd get in a room, and nothing was off limits, okay? Let's say we're doing this romantic comedy, right? And let's say, what if this guy was an alien, right? And he could kind of bust my balls a little bit, like say, oh yeah, right, okay, we're gonna paint him green, or what are we, but all right, go with it, right? You're not gonna shut it off. The whole idea is you throw up anything against a wall, and you don't shut down any ideas because you never know where that's going to lead. Like I might start off with saying, hey, let's say this character's an alien, and by going to that extreme, he may not be an alien in the story, but you know what? He's going to be very unique in his mannerisms. Maybe he believes in aliens, right? And maybe that's his quirk, or maybe that's his character, right? So you never stop the flow of an idea. And so as we have this discussion, I would challenge you to not stop the flow of ideas. And I would also challenge you when you're seeking, Vincent, yes, please send me. Well, you know how to reach me, davesned@gmail.com. Give me a list of movies to have on the network. By the way, I have to have them in a way that I can get licensing, or they're in the public domain, or I know the people who own the licensing, things like that, right? So, but I'm going to challenge you tonight to not throw out, stopping conversations. Like, don't throw out, oh, come on, man, the Earth's a globe and you know it. Or, yes, the Earth is absolutely flat. No. Let's just not throw out those kind of things, because what we're going to do is we're just going to explore not just whether it's flat or globe, but why we need to have this conversation. Okay? All right. So, going back to the beginning of time, the way that the planet started, planet, possibly plane, flat plane, I don't know. The way that the people saw the Earth was that it was flat and stationary. Why? Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Like, if we didn't have all these movies, and we didn't have like Galileo and Copernicus, who were funded by the Vatican, which we now know the Vatican and how they controlled the information, right? And how they buried information underneath in the Vatican basement, right? Okay. And so, excuse me, excuse me. And by the way, another way to that Samson, like if I'm throwing out some ideas, that he could add to the idea, but he couldn't like destroy the idea, right? So he said, oh yeah, maybe and he could do this or this or what. But first he had to listen to the idea, right? So let's talk. So let's kind of focus on listening, right? Here as well, right? And so, so please don't throw in your ideas yet. I want to get those ideas, but please just listen to how I lay this out, right? And then I want to hear and see more, right? So, so we have this beginning, this belief based on what we perceive as being flat. Now, there's also speculation as to, like, for example, and one of the reasons this conversation is so important is because now you have people that are saying, oh, the QAnoners also believe in flat Earth, or the people who are conspiracy theorists, oh yeah, they told you that Biden's not president. They told you, Trump's coming back. They told you that the election was stolen. Oh, and they think the Earth is flat. All right. Okay. So they're using this topic to squash opposition to the lies that we've been told. And the reason why I'm focusing on this one right now is because this may be the greatest lie we've ever been told as humanity. Okay? So we're going to explore this because if it's true, it's the greatest lie that's ever been told to humanity. All right? Because it involves who we are, where we're from, and how we got here, and where we go from here. So looking at the initial view of the Earth, okay, a lot of people will say, well, that was before we knew stuff. That was before we had a telescope, right? That's before we had, all these instruments and so forth, right? But here's the thing. Sailors didn't need a GPS. They didn't need a computer. Okay? Journeymen, nomads, they didn't need an app that told them the direction. They didn't need a compass. They didn't need an app that told them the weather. Okay? Our ancestors were more in touch with the earth, the sun and the moon and the stars than we in this present generation ever will be. Okay? Can you find your way to Phoenix simply by the sun, the moon, and the stars? Because that's the only way people would travel back then, right? Could you sail from here to Japan, right? Without GPS, without computers, without compass? Probably not. They didn't have those things. So they had to rely on their information that they could take in and then navigate through that, right? Okay, so when you hear people say, talk about our ancestors like they were stupid, there's an arrogance and an ignorance to that belief system and that way of talking about the people that used to live and used to navigate via these manners. Okay. And by the way, okay, used to have to grow their food. So they needed to know how to plant, what seeds to plant, what to do with those seeds. Okay. When to harvest, when to water. Okay. They needed to engage with this earth. And they were more in tune with it. They were more in touch with it. They were more entrenched in it than we are today, by far. So, starting with this arrogance of technology is the same arrogance, by the way, that has led us to people believing that our immune system isn't enough. And the fruits and vegetables and vitamins from the soil, from the sun, from the air, from the water, isn't enough. You need this vial. Okay. Vial. Have you thought about that word? The vial of a jab. The vial. Is it VIAL or VILE? You need this vial thing to inject into your body that has been created and developed by man. Okay? Rather than all these things that were created by God. Okay? Or gods. I'm not going to even get into what your religion believes or anything of that. We're not going to get into that tonight. Okay? Because this is all inclusive. And we're not going to do anything that stops or shuts down this conversation or gets in the way of an open conversation. Because the things that you bring up that would get in the way of this conversation are not helpful to you, and they're not helpful to the conversation, and they were implanted in you to do just this. So instead of taking in all this from God's green earth and God's beautiful solar, vitamin D coming from the sun, actually creates, it gets the skin to create vitamin D, right, from the oils. You need this vial, okay? It's the same mentality that makes us look down upon the Amish or the Mennonites for the way they live their life. Or that makes us look down upon the Africans, right? Or the ancient tribes in Peru and Bolivia and Colombia and that live off the land. Okay? You've got people that drink alcohol and do cocaine and look down upon people who take the root of the ancient ayahuasca tree and heat it and make it into a tea and drink it in a ceremonial fashion and journey into, open up their pineal gland and journey into a dimension that we dance around with in our dreams, but truly go to through an ayahuasca journey. You have these modern day prophets or these people who think, oh my God, I can get in a car and I can go from A to B in a matter of minutes. That never have the relationship that somebody has with a mule or a donkey or a camel or a horse. That have a connection with them. That makes that journey longer, but infinitely more rewarding. you have these modern day prophets that pick up their cell phone and can tell you the temperature. And then you have these ancients that could tell you the temperature like that, just by feeling it on their body. And could also tell you by looking at the stars in the sky what was going to happen tomorrow, what kind of weather. They didn't need an app. So if we can get off of this arrogance of modern creation and modern innovation and step back into the connection that our ancestors had with the planet, it's so important in this conversation because it's so important for us to understand that they had a far better connection to the planet and the stars and the sun and the moon than we ever will. And that we need to edify that. We need to honor that. Okay? And also, by the way, whether if you're looking back at some of the structures that were built that are still standing today, thousands of years later, okay, and however long you think it goes back, tens of thousands, it doesn't really matter at this point. I think it goes back way, way far, okay, but that's another conversation. But if you look at the structures of the rocks and the shapes and how they're put together, and you can't even stick a piece of paper through them, and they're still standing today, and look at any of the structures that are built today and tell me they're going to exist in 3,000 years? No, they're not. Not even close. Your tallest skyscraper is not going to be around in 3,000 years. So their ability to build, and whether or not you think that it maybe aliens came and helped them build, or maybe the aliens built the pyramids, and you know, but the bottom line was they had superior technology back then than we even have today. So if we can, let's just take all this arrogance of modern day and modern innovation and just check it with our coat check, okay? Because we've allowed that arrogance to deceive us into thinking that we are better off today than we were thousands of years ago. Tell that to a family that can't even sit down to dinner together, and they're all on their devices, or they're all watching a movie, or they're all watching a show, or they're all communicating with people that aren't even in the room and ignoring the ones that are. Tell that to all the families that used to sit with in every meal and talk about their day, talk about what they're going to do at breakfast, come back together at lunch, and how did the morning go, and you're off to the afternoon, and come back at dinner and sit around the fire and tell stories and hand down generations of knowledge and wisdom. Imagine that family and that tribe. And then look at our modern day families that are divorced and separated and living in different cities and different states and different countries. And even when they are in the room, they're not present with each other because they're on their devices. Tell me how this family is superior to this family, and you will soon be deemed a fool for believing so. So let's check all this arrogance with our coat check and focus on how in tune humanity once was with each other, with the world around them, with nature, with the animal kingdom, and their respect and their reverence for the sun that came up in the day and the set at night, right? And let's look at that with the reverence that we should, and then understand that they understood the earth to be a flat plane that was stationary. Now, granted, some of them didn't even travel from continent to continent, although I do believe there was a lot of travel way back when, like in another civilization. Whether it be alien or otherwise, we know that they were mining gold in every continent around the world. Now, whether that was the Anunnaki, that's a whole story, right? Okay. But they all knew that gold was valuable and would dig hundreds of feet into the earth to get that gold, right? So there was a connection. There was a connection around the planet. But even if they didn't know that other continents existed, they knew the planet to be stationary. And this belief lasted for thousands of years until Copernicus, okay, who was funded by the Vatican, that we now know is completely corrupt, okay, and completely corrupted the Bible, right? Hid many, many books from the Bible. Cheers, everybody. And has kept information from humanity, right? Okay. So this is the connection that we have with the earth. And now Copernicus comes along and tells us, well, first of all, they came along with the geocentric, okay, that the earth is no longer stable. Now it's a spinning globe, but it's geocentric, and the stars and the sun revolve around the earth. That was the first one, right? Okay. Then Galileo comes along, and I'm not really dialed in with them and their whole story and the whole thing. You guys may know more about that than I do, but I'm kind of giving you the ballpark right here of the 30,000 foot view. Galileo comes along and says that it's not geocentric, that the sun is in the center and that we revolve around the sun, right? And other theories began to pop up, like the Big Bang, okay, and that there was an explosion in the middle of a vacuum, and everything you see and hear and feel right now was a result of that one explosion, right? Okay, thank you, Brian, appreciate it. And by the way, the awesome job, thank you. I don't see as being I'm convincing you of anything. That's not my intention. My intention is to open up this conversation in a way that brings everybody into it and really makes us think, use our brains to not just regurgitate what we've been already been told, but to think about it in a very different way. And also to realize the importance of thinking about it and having an open conversation about it. So now these theories come in about the Big Bang and how you're one little speck in a whole universe, right? And you're infinitesimal, and you're not special. That there's a billion planets and a billion stars, and there's an endless sea of nothingness and somethingness, and And so don't feel special, okay? You see, to me, that message, you're not special, is one that serves only one person. And that is the person that is trying to convince you that you are less than you are so they can control you. Just sit with that one for a moment. Whether it be at work, whether it be in your family, whether it be your friends that have a low self-esteem, the only people that have an interest in telling you that you are less than what you are, that you are nothing. You're not special. Don't think you're special. Don't think you're going to do great things in the world. Don't think you're going to go off and you're going to conquer the world and you're going to be a star, or you're going to be a musician, or you're going to be, this fabulous business person, or you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer. Don't you think you're going to do that? You're nothing. You're nobody. You're nothing. The only people who benefit from making you feel that way or telling you that are the individuals or group of people that want to have control over you. I said this in my last chat like this, and I said that when you realize, let's say, for example, is anybody here adopted in this chat? Right? Is anybody here adopted? And if you were adopted, have you gone through this feeling that when you were born, you weren't wanted? Lady Patriot, I was adopted. Jim, me. And I don't want to open up old wounds. Ellen, I am adopted. I don't want to open up old wounds because I hope you know that, oh my God, you're so beautiful. You're so amazing. You're so special. And I don't even really know you. And I already know that because you're a child of God. You are a human being that has so much to offer. Did you go through a feeling of not being wanted? And so you were given up. Farrah, I wasn't adopted, but I never felt wanted. That's a reality too, right? Right? I wish I had been. I know I wasn't wanted. Okay. Can I ask you, if you wouldn't mind sharing? Sun up, I didn't have to be adopted to know I wasn't wanted. There are a lot of people there that have parents, grow up with their parents, but their parents said you were a mistake. The condom broke, or we missed your mom's thing, or we didn't want to have another child and you came along, and what were we to do, right? And so you didn't feel wanted, right? Okay. So did you feel, therapy is necessary to work through these feelings, right? My mother told me I was a mistake. How did that make you feel? Lady Patriot, I felt unwanted and unloved. Yeah. Terrible, right? I was supposed to be a boy, Christina, so you felt that. And oops, my family was very dysfunctional, lots of buffering. Okay. I was adopted and always felt wanted. My parents were awesome, but died young, so that sucked. But if you were adopted, obviously somebody gave you up, right? Somebody didn't want to deal with you or couldn't or whatever, right? My mom said I was supposed to be an abortion. Wow, Kira. I was told that I should never have been born in a mistake, right? But how did that make you feel? Let me get down to it. How did that make you feel? Not being wanted makes me feel pretty awful, right? And so that's terrible, and many people felt like you didn't belong in the family. I knew in my heart I didn't belong to these people. Kira, like shit. Yeah. I thought I was born to babysit my brothers for a while. The family I grew up with wants nothing to do with me. My parents told me they didn't want us. Rosanna, unworthy. Thank you for sharing these tough feelings right now, folks. Yeah. Yeah, so Deb, I appreciate this sentiment, but we're not trying to fix anything right now. Right? Hurt real bad, and I had to be strong. I want to really just open this up for the people that experienced and get their feeling. Christy, I was a baby that was supposed to fix my parents' marriage. They were divorced before I turned 5, right? And that's a feeling. I've been through that with divorce, where you feel like you're in the way, or you feel like that your mother's fighting your father, which is half of you. Your father's fighting your mother, which is half of you. And then they say, we didn't love each other when we had you. It's like, wait a minute, I wasn't born out of love, right? I felt unwanted and different my whole life until I was spiritually awakened, okay? By the way, we're going to get to the fixes too, by the way, right? My father was an alcoholic and once told me that I was the reason he wanted to commit suicide. It made me feel empty. Wow, sorry to hear that. Wow. So thank you guys for sharing all this. Okay. Not worthy. Ellen. Right? Yeah. Again, we're not fixing it right now. We're just getting the feelings. I never felt accepted or acceptable. Okay. All right. So let's talk about that. When you feel unwanted, when you feel like you're a mistake, when you feel like you weren't here for a reason, that affects us very negatively as human beings. It makes us feel powerless. It makes us feel unwanted. It makes us feel bad. It makes us feel horrible. And we can agree that some of you, put this in there. You are a gift of God. You are a creation of God. You're a beautiful spiritual, being on this planet. How does that make you feel? Right? How does that make you feel when you're powerful, when you're loved by your Creator, when you were brought here for a reason? Doesn't that feel so empowering or repowering? So what I'm getting here is that the people that have tried to keep information from us and knowledge and wisdom from us about where we came from and where we're going, and they've hidden, parts of the Bible, they've hidden text, ancient text. Most people can't even tell you about the Sumerian tablets that were created by in Mesopotamia many years ago. And so what I'm getting at here is that look at the feeling you have. Excuse me. When you're a mistake versus the feeling you have that you were created by a supreme being for a purpose. A big explosion in the middle of a vacuum in space, and that you are here because of a happenstance, because of an explosion, and because the earth created itself, and you came out of the primordial ooze, and you crawled out of the water, and you developed into another creature and another creature, and then eventually now you're you, and somehow these other creatures still exist. This is the lesson of Darwinism. This is a lesson of evolution. Okay? That is a theory. It's an evolutionary theory. And the reason why people have a problem with this being taught in school is not because it's being taught in school as a possibility, but it's being taught in school as a fact. And the reason that is because this is a part of the indoctrination. The Darwinian model is to make you and I think we came from prehistoric ancient creatures out of the waters, out of the ooze, and that our brains and our brilliance and our eyesight and our dexterity and our hearts and our souls and our sentient thought and our portal to other dimensions through our pineal gland, those were made to, they were told to us as if they just happened. And you weren't wanted, you're not special, you're just a speck in the universe. You're a speck in the cosmos. You couldn't even begin to think you're special because you came out of an explosion in the middle of space and you're nothing. You're just an accident. How does that make you feel? Does that empower you? Does that strengthen you? Or does it weaken you and make you ask more questions of, this doesn't make sense to me because I know I'm special and yet I'm dealing with all this. Darwin was a part of the indoctrination to make us feel less than. Freud was a part of the indoctrination to make us feel less than. When you start opening up these can of worms, and you also start to realize that Einstein was a part of the indoctrination in his theory of relativity and his theory of gravity that Tesla used to make fun of at dinner parties. And then over here, we have, you are a creation of God, and you came into this world through the love of two people that came together and loved each other so that they created you, and you blossomed into this beautiful flower to carry on the name of the family, to carry on the lineage in a way that you choose to carry on, that you choose to go and grow and transform into a butterfly from a cocoon. How does that make you feel? That you are a child of God, that you are a child of two loving parents. And despite a mother and father who gave you up for adoption, or a mother and father who divorced because they just couldn't work it out and they had their own issues, and maybe it was drugs and alcohol and all the negativity and indoctrination from the world that were dumped upon them for the sole reason to weaken them and divide them, that we now see so very clearly as a mechanism to do exactly that. That we forgive them because they were inundated with the indoctrination specifically meant to weaken and divide humanity. And so looking at that model where you were a creation of God, how powerful is that? Do you have any idea how powerful you are? How powerful you are. If you just sit and get rid of all the noise and just focus on who you are, despite everything that you've been through, where you are in this moment in time, and you get rid of all the noise and just sit with yourself and think about, oh my God, I am here and I have been created, and there's a reason why I'm here. There's a reason why I've experienced everything I have in my world. There's a reason why I still, despite all the times I've been knocked down and disregarded and disrespected, that I still get up every morning and I get dressed and I step out into the world. And there's a reason why I'm here. How powerful is that? This is the difference between those who want to tear you down and those who want to build you up. Those who want to make you feel like you're nothing. And you yourself, who needs to make yourself realize how very special you are. I want to take you through another scenario very quickly. And I've shared before. You put a wild animal, a beautiful creature. You take a beautiful creature, it doesn't matter which one. A bird, an owl, a bird of prey, a snake, a lizard, a dog, a horse, a cow. You put them in a cage. What will they try to do? What will they immediately try to do? They'll try to escape. You put a same animal in a bigger cage, call it a zoo. And what will they try to do? Try to find their way out of it. Okay. You put them in a nature preserve, and what do they try to do? Go hunt, go drink at the river, go lay and bask in the sun, go run and play with their friends, because they don't know they're imprisoned. Okay? So there are two things that I want to bring home to us right now that will clearly explain why this conversation is so important to have. One is that in order to control humanity, they have to make humanity feel like they're less than. They have to make humanity feel like they don't matter, that they were an accident, they're unwanted. Fill in the blank. In order to control them, because it's hard to control a powerful being, which we all are. And the second way that people will try to control us is to make us believe that we're not in a cage. Those two reasons alone make this conversation so important. Because if they get you to believe in the Big Bang and the evolution, you're an accident. And you can't rise up, and you can't be strong, and you can't be powerful, and you can't be a child of God that is infinite. And also, if you believe that you're imprisoned, you will try to get out. Just like any animal, any mammal. So let's take a look at The Truman Show. Truman, thank you, Tad. Appreciate that. Truman, what a beautiful spirit he was, yeah? Happy-go-lucky, loving, dutiful, yeah? But confined, and he didn't even know it. So they used fear. Julie, yes. They used fear to make him not want to go venture out off the island through the water. So they created a traumatic event as when he was a child where he lost his father in a boating accident. And he wouldn't go in the water. So he stayed on the island, right? Trisha, I have so much to say, Dave, but I'm staying quiet. Thank you. And by the way, I'm going to leave it open for that, okay? But I appreciate you listening because we're going to get into some more, and I want some feedback from you. So thank you. So he stayed on the island. Then there was a bridge that went off the island, so he didn't want to go over the water on the bridge, but the bridge was always out. People couldn't get off the island. He didn't know he was enclosed in a big dome, okay? Because the moment he realized he tried to find a way out. The moment humanity, if we ever realize that we're in a dome, in an enclosure, we're going to figure out how to get out. And we won't be controlled anymore. This realization, if nothing else in your entire life, look into this, because the same type of mechanisms that were on a spinning ball, by the way, in the Bible, in Isaiah, I believe, they say that the earth is a circle, okay? It is. I believe, a circle. And I believe, just real quick, this is kind of what I've discovered in all my research, and I spent over a year trying to debunk this. 10 months originally, and then more. Years ago, many years ago. I imagine a domed earth. This is the firmament, the dome, and the stars in the firmament, and the sun and the moon go around in a circle on a whether it be magnetic or whatever, within the firmament. And biblically, it is said the stars and the sun and the moon are in the firmament. In the firmament. Firmament. All right. So, and I'm going to talk too about the globe, and I'm going to talk about some of the evidence about the globe. So we're going to get to that. But I just want to share with you just this picture, because I'm talking about being enclosed or being in a cage. And Antarctica as a wall of ice, and the firmament outside of that wall of ice. Okay? And that's why if you look north, I think the stars, they go around and they make perfect circles. Okay? So just with that picture, if we thought for a moment that we were enclosed, the first thing that humanity would do is try to find the exit and try to find out what's on the other side. They don't want us doing that. Why are all these people, the guard, what's his name in Europe? Why are they all going, Kerry's gone, why are they all going to Antarctica? What's in Antarctica? What's there? We need to ask that question, right? Okay. No, that we're in a static, you go down, Lord knows how far down you can go. But when Isaiah said that it's a circle, at the time the word globe was available. So they could have said in the Bible that we're on a globe, but they didn't. They said it's a circle. Okay? And almost a half circle, right? And then earth below. All right? So imagine that, okay? And then imagine the globe. All right? And the difference being, the globe, the only way to get off the globe is you have to be able to go into space. You have to be able to be NASA, which are all, Masonic rings wearing astronauts. They're all Masons. But you have to be able to take off and break free from the Earth's atmosphere, which is very difficult to do, and only recently has been accomplished by individuals, right? Supposedly, like Tesla, like Musk, and what's his name? Amazon, Bezos, right? And so you're only able to leave if you have money and power, but you and I can't. Maybe we can pay to circle, to go around the orbit, but we can't get out. So that's a deterrent. That is the fear, right? Or that keeps us from going to the next level, or the inability to do so, that keeps us from escaping, right, this planet. So we watch movies and we fantasize about it, but we never do anything about doing it ourselves. We dream of being an astronaut, but just as a young man dreams of being in the NBA, it's nearly impossible to be in the NBA. I was a hell of a basketball player, folks, and I didn't even make it to the NBA. And came close, but didn't make it. It's a tough club to get into. Another tough club to get into, astronauts. So how many children, dream of being an astronaut, never make it? And then you realize that it's only 33rd degree Masons and above that make it. Then you realize, oh, it's rigged, right? So you have these elements that are keeping you from getting off the globe. And so you don't try. But I believe that those that are trying are finding that they get stuck, just like that rocket launch that I showed you that hit what we believe to be the firmament, right? So I'll give you an example. I'll show you an ancient Tibetan map, okay, that was found in Japan. I believe it was like 1907, okay, and on this map, you see the map of, here's South America, here's North America, here's India, here's Asia and Europe, and here's Australia and New Zealand. This was found in 1907, and it's an ancient Tibetan map that goes back much farther. What are all these continents out here? And if this is a true map, how big is the dome? Does the dome just go over this part, or does the dome go over all of it? Right? What's his name? The greatest explorer of the 20th century, Admiral Byrd, said that they took off, and by the way, this is supposedly the Antarctic ice wall. Okay? That supposedly he took off from McMurdo Station, which I think is somewhere right about here, and flew 3,000 miles past Antarctica and came to a continent the size of the United States or bigger that nobody had ever seen before. And I showed you guys that interview on the Longines Hour, right? I'm sorry, Africa. I'm upside down here. India's over here, but it's smaller. It should be bigger, right? That he'd never seen before. All these natural resources, and it wasn't icy, right? It wasn't icy, right? So what is this map? And there are other maps like this. And why is this map, right, the also the UN map, the UN depiction of the Earth, which looks like right here. Okay, and here you have Africa, India, a little bit bigger. That was a pretty accurate map, actually. Australia, a little bit bigger. South America, North America. So why does the UN have a map like this, and why are there 33 segments, 33 degree Freemasonry? And is this Antarctica? The wreath surrounding it, right? Okay, so just some things to think about. Again, not trying to convince you of anything tonight. What I'm doing is opening up a conversation that I think we should have, because when you realize, okay, thank you, Dina, appreciate you. When you realize the benefit, because most people will say, and like I exposed that scripted interview between Conan O'Brien and Bill Burr about the jab and about flat Earth, and I exposed them and showed you it was scripted. And he says, well, yeah, what's the reason? Why would you lie about that? Why would you lie about that? Because I got into that. Because if I can convince you that you're less than, if I can convince you that you are a mistake, that you are just a speck in the universe, do you know how easy it is to convince you of anything else I want to convince you of? To control you? This is how the most powerful people on the planet have controlled humanity for generations and generations by giving them information perceived as truth that isn't truth at all. Why would they lie to us about so many things? Because if you can break down each lie that they've told us, you can find a reason behind that lie that serves them and serves their control mechanism. And that's the discernment I'm looking for you all to strengthen. To strengthen. Yeah, Randy, the Dome. Yeah, that show. There's predictive programming across all of our media. And you can literally go and did you know that Gene Roddenberry was a 33rd degree Mason? The flip phones? Beam me up, Scotty. I'm sorry. He had that information. What other information did he have? Right? This is and look at all the predictive programming that we've received and all the programming that doesn't serve us. Gary, yes, we've been enslaved. That is the wake up that we're all experiencing, is that we have been enslaved. At what level have we been enslaved? And when you start to really look into, okay, the globe and all the things that would have to occur for that to be real, okay? Part of this, I said this the other night. Imagine you're on a motorcycle and you're clinging on, right? Somebody else is driving the motorcycle. You're clinging on, okay? Philly cheese, Dave, you should rent a jet and fly it past Antarctica. Come back. Yeah, let me raise the money for that. You can't, because all the nations, even though none of them got along back in 1947, they all signed a treaty that said we will not fly over Antarctica. Do you know that you can't go from Argentina to Australia over Antarctica? Do you know how much quicker that trip would be? You can't fly over Antarctica because they don't want to disturb the penguins. Are you serious? The penguins wouldn't even see those jets at 30, 40,000 feet. You don't want to mess up the habitat? Come on. They don't care about habitat, right? So at any rate, they won't let you fly over. It's militarily controlled. They will shoot you down. Why? Because they don't want anybody to know the truth about what's on the other side of Antarctica, in my opinion. All right. So looking at the globe, so imagine you're clinging on to the back of a motorcycle and you're going 50 miles an hour, pretty scary. Then you're going 100 miles an hour. Now it's terrifying. 150, I'm sorry. 200, you have to be strapped in, otherwise you go flying off. Okay? Now imagine you're going around, and so you not only have the force pushing you off back from the wind, but you have the force pushing you this way because you're going this way. Like a roller coaster, there's a reason why they have to have the lap bar, because you'll go flying this way when you go over like that. You'd go flying up, okay? That's called centripetal force that flings you up. That's why you have to have the lap bar. Now go 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. Insane, right? Clinging on. And now you're curved, and now you're trying to cling on to something that's curved and holding you down. And by the way, the motorcycle would go right off too. But if it's on a roller coaster that's got the wheels on the underside of the bar, it's holding you on. So now you're clinging onto this roller coaster going over at 400 miles an hour. Now try 800 miles an hour. Now try 1,000 miles an hour. Boom. You're going to go flying off that thing. This globe Earth model is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. And we're not flying off because of some magic called gravity. That is a theory that Tesla used to make fun of. The theory of gravity is not reality. It's a theory. And it has no scientific basis. How does a balloon go up in the air? The hot air rises. Or a gas rises, a helium balloon. Defies the laws of gravity. Spinning Earth, if it was gravity that was holding us on, it would also have to hold the water on. And the amount of pressure, the amount of gravity that would have to hold that water on is so strong that it would, the little animals and the things in the water, all the fishes, they would be crushed underneath the pressure of the power that would have to hold that water on a spinning ball, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. People get car sick going to a coffee shop, going to the store, trying to read as they're moving. And these same people don't get sick when they're spinning. By the way, Corey Good, I think, is controlled opposition. Never liked him, never appreciated him, and I lost my respect for David Wilcock when he got involved in Corey Good, and I lost my respect for Jordan Sather when he went with both of them, even though he's since denounced both of them. There's a lot of, because Corey Good also talked about jump rooms that would send him to Mars and all that. So just think about the balls. Just think about the spinning globe, right? And our proof of that, by the way, with all the satellites, do you know there's no video footage of us spinning in Earth or in space? There is no video of the Earth spinning. None. The only one is this CGI, and the moon comes straight across with the same size, the same thing. Remember, folks, enjoy the show. Q has told us to enjoy the show. Q has told us that this is a show. And I will say this too. Q has also put out a lot of disinformation, and Q has also said the Earth is a globe. Let me find the exact. Let me see. Somebody said, is the Earth flat? And as you know, folks, I have, December 12th, I want to read this to you because I want to give you both aspects of what I find, right? December 12th, 2018. Assumption correct, 10K YE 2019 1 plus 2 should be closely evaluated. Help will be provided. Senate to investigate 2019. Just to shut the flat earthers up, Q, is the earth flat? Q says no. Okay. Not definitive in the sense that, you know, the earth isn't flat. It's mountainous. It's valleyish. It's got all kinds of topography, right? And it's also circular. And I believe, again. But here's the thing. What good would it be for Donald Trump to acknowledge Q? He would be discredited. What good is it for Michael Flynn to acknowledge Q at this point in time? He would be discredited. Look at all the people that have been discredited for acknowledging Q. We must be strategic. What good at this point in time would it have been for Q in 2018, December 12th, to acknowledge the earth is flat? So there's not a lot of motivation there. I haven't even had this conversation with you until very recently. Why? Did I want to? Yeah. Did I want to tell you everything I knew? Yeah. Did I think that it was necessary to do? No. Did I think that it would have gotten in the way of our journey together, where we had to focus on just what it took to get through the madness? Yes. Do I think it's an important conversation to have now? I do. Okay. And guys, you can say, 17, Q is JFK Jr., you can say all that, but just know this, and you know that I love John F. Kennedy. I love John F. Kennedy Jr. I have a great deal of respect for them. I'm not going to go down that path because that doesn't serve us. All those people in Dallas have discredited Q. They've given the opposition, they've given the media chum to use against us. They've given them material to use against the movement, right? All right. So I'm not going to get hung up in that, and that's complete speculation, and anybody that tells you different doesn't know. Okay? So this has nothing to do with wine. Okay? But any way that you can expand your mind to take in areas of thinking that you haven't previously entered into is entering a room that you've never been into before, that maybe you ought to take a look at because it's a part of the whole landscape. So let's go into some different rooms, yeah? Sun up. There are so many people saying things they don't know at all. 100%. But you know what? It gets people to come watch them, doesn't it? It gets people to come see, hey, what's going on with this guy? He says he knows this, or he says he knows that. Yeah, that's where discernment is so important. Yeah. So this globe earth model, the only pictures we've seen of the earth are as a globe are absolute 100% CGI. Nikki, thank you. I agree. We got the best Sned family. I love these nights together. Thank you, Nikki. We've already shown, we've already seen the astronauts, that shot of the Earth as they're leaving orbit and on the way to the moon, completely falsified. We've seen the video of that. I haven't shown that, but I hope you've seen it. We can do that another night. Not going to do it tonight because I just want to have the conversation. But there's so many things I've seen. So it's unfair for me to try to convince you of something tonight because you can't, you haven't seen. No, we're not going to discuss Obama's birth certificate. I talked about that the other night. It's a fraud. The one that he presented, the one that's out now, is probably legit. Given the fact that the other one is fraudulent, that's all I want to go into on that. But thanks for bringing that up. But because that's important. But all these things that I've seen, that I've witnessed, that I've spent 10 months on, it would not be fair for me to try to convince you something in one night, unless some of you have already looked into this. But I just want to get you thinking about it and challenging this just like you've been challenging other things. And so many things. Eric Dubay has some great work on Flat Earth. If you want to look into that, and I'll share more on that later. But I just wanted to kind of open up this can of worms tonight with you because I think it's important that we look for it. Right? Dave, I pray daily for discernment, and this is why I've been a Sned head for 2 years almost. Awesome, D. Thank you. Yeah, discernment is so important. So important. Right? You know me. You know that what I want for you is to go in the direction of that which makes you realize how brilliant you are and how powerful you are. And avoid the directions that don't accomplish that. And I will tell you that if you take that mindset and you understand that this direction serves those who control humanity, and this direction serves you and serves your family and serves your spouse and serves your future and your genealogy, it honors your descendants, it honors your ancestors, and it honors humanity, and it honors your Creator. Move in the direction that makes you more powerful, that makes you feel loved, that makes you feel joyous, that makes you feel elated, that makes you stronger. Can you imagine how hard it would be to control a humanity where everybody is doing that? It's impossible. It's impossible to control billions of people that each think that they are a child of God, that they will be strong and they will step forward into the light and they will bring light to darkness and they will raise children to be children of God and to be powerful, and they will serve humanity and they will help their neighbor. It's impossible to control a humanity that is awake and powerful. And that's the way I want us to move. And if believing in this globe model of spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, flying around a sun, and a sun that's traveling through the solar system at 700 meters per second, and yet we still see the same stars in the exact same sky, and the Big Dipper in the exact same position as we did 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. You start to ask questions. when you don't feel it, when you start to connect with the earth and you start to really think, wait a minute, are we moving? If a balloon goes up in the air, a hot air balloon, why does it come down in the same place? If it goes up in the air for an hour, the earth should have moved below it. It should be able to go up and be, an hour away. There's all these different aspects. And by the way, I don't know if I'm going to be able to put my hand on it right now. Let me see if I can. But there are at least 5 scientific tests dating back to the early 19th century. The early 20th century, done originally by Samuel Rothbottom. And what he did was he took the canals that they would build, and if you went down the canal, like every mile, I don't know the formula, but the curvature, you would lose X amount of space, because the farther you go, the curvature you don't see. And he did those tests. But there are 5 scientific tests that have been created that prove that we are stationary. And let me see if I can find those and see where I place those. But I can share those with you another night as well. All right. And that is, let me see. Okay. And many of you have done a lot of research into this, and I appreciate you sending me stuff. I've seen almost everything there is to see on flat Earth, probably as early as, 6 years ago. And it was a lot of research. Okay. And I recommend it to you, but I don't recommend that you necessarily try to convince people about it or try to get into conversations about it, simply because, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. You guys do whatever the hell you want to do. You know that. But I only say that is because let's keep our eye on the ball. Let's keep our eye on the prize. And right now, our eye should be on trying to save our friends and family from taking this jab that is killing people. And if we can do that, then they'll be around for us to have these conversations in the future. Right? So that's all I'd say, is that there's so much here that we can look into. But one of the reasons I haven't gotten into it is because we have more important things to do. But it's so important right now for you and I to have this concept, because they're trying to use this to discredit others. They're trying to use your ability to expand your mind and look into other areas to reduce your credibility in other areas. Right? Okay? And yeah, there's no science. There's only paid liars. So my friends, I don't want to make this too long, because I want to keep it short. I want to make it shareable. I want you to be able to share it with friends and family, just to maybe get them thinking. Maybe tell them to go in 20 minutes into it, because for the first bit, we were chatting and I was seeing where everybody was calling in from and everything. But I do want to get some of your input and answer some of your questions here. But I'm going to take a quick break, and I want to, let me see, what could I do for you here? Oh, you know what I'll do? What I'll do is I'll play the Longines um, the Longines hour. It's briefly, and that was with Richard Byrd, and it's a very telling, because what I want you to understand is who was conducting this interview, right? And also how they conducted the interview, and how they brought this back to a place where they could have the conversation controlled. Okay? Because what you're going to hear is you're going to hear Byrd, who was the greatest explorer of the 20th century, right? You're going to hear him talk about leaving from McMurdo, flying 3,000 miles and finding this continent. Listen for that. But then also, now that you're awake, okay, listen to their question following up to that. Like, what would your question be after hearing that? Where would you take that discussion after hearing that? And would you expand that discussion, or would you snuff that discussion and tell me what these, Newsweek and CBS correspondents or anchors, what they did, and what do you think they were told to do with this crazy Admiral Byrd, who was the greatest explorer, and yet they snuffed him out with their line of questioning. So I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to go take a break, and I'll be back here probably in about 7 to 10 minutes, okay? All right, here you go. Enjoy.
It's time for the Longines Chronoscope, a television journal of the important issues of the hour, brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. A presentation of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company, maker of Longines, the world's most honored watch, and Whitnor, distinguished companion to the world-honored Longines. Good evening, this is Frank Knight. May I introduce our co-editors for this edition of the Longines Chronoscope? Larry Lasser, CBS News correspondent, and Kenneth Crawford, National Affairs Editor of Newsweek magazine. Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
The North Pole used to be a no-man's land, but these are the days when, by buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. Yet only 60 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
This is a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Well,
Admiral, do you hope to see that?
I do.
Well, Admiral,
Yeah.
would you say that since you've been to both the extremities of Earth, are these expeditions to such far-off places, are they getting easier because of modern techniques, or is danger still close at hand?
Well, it's a little risky, but nothing like it used to be with the old slow planes and the small cruising radius where we had to put down bases. We replaced the dog teams, and of course that was a big improvement. But now the planes go much faster and they are safer, and they have a much bigger cruising radius. You haven't got the danger of a terribly heavy load.
Admiral, an expedition to which I believe you're the advisor is now en route. What is that expedition doing?
Well, that's the icebreaker Atka, and it's a reconnaissance expedition. It's going down to the South Pole area to make certain observations and to look for some bases. They will be back in April, and they will report back, and upon the information we get from that undertaking, we will base the bigger expedition that's to follow.
Is that very definitely planned, or is that...
That is being planned right now. So I'm willing to say to you that there will be a number of expeditions that will follow, I think, year after year, to the bottom of the world, because the government has really become interested.
Well, Admiral Byrd, I can understand, I think everybody can, the interest in the North Pole because it's so near our greatest challenger, Soviet Russia, but why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
No, it's pretty cold. There's only one permanent resident, that's the emperor penguin. The little ones live further north. I tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science. That's why the scientific groups all over the nation are really interested. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime, because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. And you know, as the world shrinks with an ever-increasing acceleration, far-flung places once useless, like we thought the North Pole was, and no man's land, become very useful. The bottom of the world will be important, not only to us, but to our allies.
I was going to ask you, does it have military importance?
It has some, and as the world shrinks, it will continue to shrink with an ever-increasing acceleration, thus bringing these places closer. And in the future, I can see a time when it will be very, very important strategically.
Well, has the development of air power increased the strategic importance of places like the
very much
Parma
so.
Peninsula, we'll say?
Very much so. Even now, if anything happened and we lost the Panama Canal, we would have to control the islands just north of Antarctica, which are part of Antarctica, then between there and Cape Horn.
I've heard it said that there are 7 continents in the world, and one of them has never been seen by a woman, and that's Antarctica. Is that actually true?
Well, if the Palm Peninsula is an island, as far as I know, that's true. No woman's ever stepped foot upon the Antarctic continent, and it's the most peaceful place in the world.
Well, I'm sure that won't last very long. I understand now that you're working with the Arnold Bread Company in charge of frozen foods. Now, is there any future for frozen foods down these frozen extremities?
Well, I think the human race can be helped by that. This was thought out by Dean Arnold, who's, in my opinion, a great humanitarian. He learned that we went down there after 4 or 5 years and finished a meal that we had left there on the table when we had evacuated Little America. Everything was perfect, including the bread. So he got the idea of this frozen bread, and already he sent some to Europe, and it worked very well over there for some of the starving people. So you can store it down to the Antarctic, and against the lean years, and you wouldn't have any people in the world really starving if you did that.
Yes, in the event of an atomic war...
You'd stay there forever.
Admiral, you speak of the resources of Antarctica. What are they? What are the natural resources there?
Well, we've found enough of coal within 180 miles of the South Pole in a great ridge of mountains. It's not covered with snow, enough to supply the whole world for quite a while.
Well,
that's the coal. Now, there's evidence of many other minerals. We are pretty sure there's oil. Now, that coal shows the bottom of the world. Now, by far the coldest spot in the world. Where that coal is gets 100 below zero in the winter.
Well,
it was once tropical. So we think there's oil there, and there's evidence, probably uranium there.
Is it any secret? Is there uranium there? That would be the only thing that would be practical to actually go after, I suppose. Everything else would be economically unfeasible, wouldn't it?
Well, as we recklessly expend our resources, the time will come when we'll have to go after that stuff down there.
Well,
you know, I avoided what you said about uranium. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to have the world fighting over the Antarctica.
Albert, is there a competition among other nations to try to get information about Antarctica and possibly to secure some of these resources?
Well, yes. There are now 7 nations very much interested. Russia is interested tremendously. That I'm sure of. Australia has an expedition down there. The Argentine, the Chile, New Zealand, Britain, and so on. Now, you can understand those people down there being interested because they live down there, the New Zealanders, the Argentinians, the Chileans, and Australians. And so we don't do much about claiming anything.
Admiral, you make this sound a little crowded. Are there that many expeditions now there or en route there?
Well, you know, as I said, it's the most peaceful place in the world, but I don't think it will be for long because of this intense interest on the part of other nations and this nation.
Well, Admiral Byrd, are private expeditions a thing of the past? Is expedition and exploration, making expedition and exploration now purely a government function because of the tremendous cost and organization?
No, I don't think so. I think down south it may be more or less a thing of the past, but not other expeditions that go. There's a lot of them go north now.
This latest expedition now on the way is a government expedition, I take it.
Yes, that's the government.
Admiral Byrd, may I ask you, is there a great difference between the top of the world and the bottom of the world?
There is. Now, the North Pole is the center of an ocean 10,000 feet deep. The South Pole, the center of a plateau, 10,000 feet high. The North Polar Sea is surrounded by continents that are slightly frozen. The Antarctic continent is surrounded by a belt of ice, frozen seas of at least 1,200 miles thick. Now, the South is a plateau. It gets, in some places, 14,000 feet up. I've been over areas about 13,000, and it's a little bit chilly up there. So there's that big difference between the top and bottom of the world. The North really isn't very cold up there on the Arctic Ocean.
Not compared to the South. Admiral Byrd, we often hear it said that our young Americans now aren't as hardy as their forefathers. Do you think that Americans do measure up to the standards, the physical standards and morale standards of the past?
I do. I don't believe that. I think they're just as hardy.
Well, what would you say was the most valuable factor on expedition? Is it morale, or physical courage, or is it sheer equipment?
Well, I've always thought that loyalty was by far the most important trait. The British told me that when I first went down in 28 that I couldn't possibly get through the winter night without a mutiny if I took more than 20 men. But to serve science, I had to take 42 men. Then I took 56 the next time, and so on. And I did find that loyalty was the most important thing during the winter night when it's very hard on your nerves. I think that's best trait.
Well, that's a very valuable characteristic at any time. Well, thank you very much, Admiral Byrd. It's been a great pleasure to have you here tonight.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Yeah.
The opinions expressed on the Longines Chronoscope were those of the speakers. The editorial board for this edition of the Longines Chronoscope was Larry Lusser and Kenneth Crawford. Our distinguished guest was Admiral Richard E. Byrd. A Longines watch makes the most perfect Christmas gift. It has beauty, elegance, and enduring.
Had to get my commercial in there for Longines, right? Do they even make watches anymore? So I was able to take that break, my friends, and I hope you enjoyed that. So let me get back to just that particular conversation, right? And I think it's one of the greatest examples of controlled propaganda by getting him to not focus on that whole new continent and almost not make that like a big thing. Like, this should have been the biggest news in the world, right, at that time. And it wasn't. So there's so much to look into here. And just like anybody, you know, be careful who you watch and be very, very discerning. I personally like Eric Dubay, and he has a great 200 proofs, and it's hard to find, by the way. I think it's called Isn't a Spinning Ball. And let me see if I can find that. Here it is. Okay, we have it here. Let me see. It's remastered. He's remastered it. Let me see if it's the real deal, because so much of the stuff you search for, right? So much of what you search for, especially on YouTube, they want to discredit what he's done, right? Okay, so let's see. Yeah, there's so much, there. Yeah, so that's and by the way, I searched this 200 proofs, and here it is. It's supposed to be coming up, and it's not. That's very odd. And for some reason, my DuckDuckGo is going with it goes right into Yahoo. I have no idea why that does that. But here we are. I'm going to show you something. Let me show you what I'm experiencing right now. Where's my damn? That's odd. Where the heck is that? I'm trying to find my. Wow, this is amazing. Show all utility windows. There it is. It just disappeared on me. Let me show you what I'm looking for here. 200 proofs, and they're going to show debunked. But let's go to this one, see if it's on Vimeo. And then it disappears. It doesn't show it to me. And I have no idea why it goes to Yahoo. And I've changed this. Let me go to DuckDuckGo. And I'll search 200 reasons the Earth is not a spinning ball. There we go. Now it's debunked. This is full 2 hours remastered.
This world is not what you think it.
Shown CGI images with a ball.
Okay, and this is Eric Dubay. Okay, or Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay, actually. I just confused him with the country. Let me just show you a little bit about this, and then kind of set you off in this direction. And again, just open up a conversation with yourself about it, right? Let me just start here and introduce this to you, and I'll finish my meal, my dinner, and I'll come back to you here shortly. Okay, we've got 1,134 beautiful humans in the theater. Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday night. Cheers.
NASA Technical Manual. MIT, the Army Research Laboratory, flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Flat Earth with a flat Earth assumption. Non-rotating flat Earth. A flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed. A flat and non-rotating, assuming a flat Earth. Flat, non-rotating Earth. A non-rotating Earth. Flat, non-rotating Earth. Validity of flat Earth based on a flat Earth assumption for a flat Earth and a flat atmosphere. Flat, non-rotating Earth. The flat Earth model. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. Ballistic vehicle motion. A closed-form solution is developed for the motion of a ballistic vehicle entering the atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. The assumption of these equations...
But another thing that's not that it bothers me, but I see this a lot. A lot of people who write to me and say, Mel, you're just wasting your energy. There are so many other important things that we should be discussing, and we do, folks. We've had Eric last year. We've had, a few other people. We have Jeffrey Grupp coming in a few days. These are people that I've had before who are talking about this, and I think we should listen. But why do they continue to say we have so many other problems? Why are you focusing on this distraction?
Well, if they haven't looked into it at all, I can see how they would think that way, and I kind of thought that way years ago as well, that, well, it's just the shape of the Earth. What does that matter? Does it really matter whether it's this shape or that shape? So if you think of it on that level, then sure, it seems insignificant, and it seems like it could be a waste of time, even if it was true. But if you think of it a little deeper than that, and you think of it as being the most fundamental lie, is where we are, what we're doing here, the earth beneath our feet, the lights in the sky above us, what they actually are. And if we've been lied about all of these, as well as the Big Bang and evolution and the way that we supposedly got here and the purpose we may or may not have in this nihilistic cosmology that they've presented with us, it becomes a big deal. And when you look at the potential for a truth like this, a truth that has been suppressed for 500 years now, the flat earth truth, if that gets out and it is shown that every government, every university, every pundit, every television station is lying knowingly and censoring this truth, what happens when it actually gets out? The kind of restructuring of society and the system that truthers are looking for, that people know we need, is what can happen and what will happen and what must happen if this truth gets out, because this is huge. It is the truth. I guarantee anyone who's never heard of this before, look into the flat earth. The earth is flat, just like it appears on the horizon. The earth is motionless, just as you feel motionless. Everything in the sky revolves around us, just as it appears if you look up and use your own eyes, your own senses. Everything that your senses tell you is what's happening. But you've been fed a false system. You've been shown CGI images with a ball Earth with a horizon that curves. You've been shown more CGI images with a ball Earth that spins. You've been shown planets that spin like billiard balls around each other in many different directions at many different speeds simultaneously. You've been shown all these things in CGI format. You've had Freemasons lie to you and tell you they've seen it for themselves, but you've never seen it for yourself. You've just been lied to and shown pictures, and you believe those. It's not science. Science, in fact, shows that the Earth is flat and motionless, and there are hundreds upon hundreds of proofs and experiments that have been repeated throughout history for hundreds of years, but you haven't been taught them in school because they don't want you to be taught that in school. They show you a spinning globe on your first day and tell you that gravity keeps water and buildings and people stuck to the bottom of that thing, and they repeat it until you believe it, your parents believe it, your grandparents believe it. 500 years ago, people were believing it. They even started trying to get people to believe it thousands of years ago, but it didn't pass until about Copernicus in 1500s when this really started to take shape. So the reason that some of the pseudo-truthers, so to speak, or just mainstream sheeple don't want this to get out and say that it's a distraction, is because they don't know how far-reaching the implications of a truth this deep actually surfacing would be. It's like holding a balloon underwater. When you let go, that thing's just gonna rush to the surface, the water's gonna go flying, and that's what we need. It's exactly what we need. So that's what I'm working towards doing.
Hey man, you ever look into flat Earth?
200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. 1. The horizon always appears perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer regardless of altitude. All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20+ miles high. Only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake CGI photos and videos. 2. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed and the observer would have to tilt looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant sphere tilted, wobbling, and hurtling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. 4. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course, north, south, east, west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. If Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. For example, the Mississippi, in its 3,000 miles, would have to ascend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. 5. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the West African Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of the ball earth, would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. This would also be the case for the Parana, Paraguay, and other long rivers. 6. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means, along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. Every time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 7. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Canals, railways, bridges, and tunnels, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles without any allowance for curvature. 8. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, is 100 miles long without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. 9. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. 10. The London and Northwestern Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curving 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with the center point at Birmingham raised over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. 11. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying, according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another, all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 12. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, published in the Earth Review, stated, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." 13. In a 19th century French experiment by M.M. and Arago, a powerful lamp with good reflectors was placed on the summit of Desierto las Palmas in Spain, and able to be seen all the way from Capri on the island of Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical, and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles, if the earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, a mile and a quarter, below the line of sight. 14. The Lieutenant Colonel Portlock experiment used oxyhydrogen Drummond's lights and heliostats to reflect the sun's rays across stations set up across 108 miles of St. George's Channel. If the earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Portlock's light should have remained hidden under 1.5 miles of curvature. 15. If the earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. A pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 31.5 miles higher than expected.
G'day guys.
How you going?
Just a fellow PPL.
Oh yes.
You know,
yeah,
but yeah. Casey, how are you, mate?
Nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I've been flying,
Yeah.
and I've come to the conclusion
Yeah.
there is no curvature. I never allow for curvature. There's no way there's curvature. We're round and flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we?
Flat as a
Thank
pancake,
you,
mate.
sir.
Flat as a pancake.
We're so, and the outer ring is south,
Yeah.
and so north must be in the middle, correct?
Possibly.
That
Yeah.
would be the only way that a
Yeah.
magnetic compass works on a flat plane.
You might be onto something there.
Yeah,
Might be
but
onto something.
you're not having me on. We
No, I'm
are.
not having you
We're
on.
round and flat,
Flat
aren't
as a
we?
pancake, mate. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, man.
No worries.
You made my day.
Only the people at Jits don't know that.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, well,
There you
you know,
go.
I tell a few people, especially some close mates, even
Yeah,
though
yeah.
even though I'm a pilot,
Yeah.
they laugh their heads off at me.
That's
Think I'm
it.
absolute nut job.
Ah. Nah.
Hey, thanks, guys.
No worries, mate.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
16. The experiment known as Airy's failure proved that stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model correct. 17. Olber's paradox states that if there were billions of stars, which are suns, the night sky would be filled completely with light. As Edgar Allan Poe said, "Were the succession of stars endless, then the background of the sky would present us a uniform luminosity, since there could exist absolutely no point in all that background at which would not exist a star. In fact, Olber's paradox is no more a paradox than George Airy's experiment was a failure. Both are actually excellent refutations of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth model. 18. The Michelson, Morley, and Sagnac experiments attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. 19. Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months' orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars, proving that we have not moved at all. 20. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, however, when this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, often directly back into the muzzle. 21. If the Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. 22. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, during the Red Bull stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. 23. Ball believers often claim gravity magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. Such nonsensical theories are debunked, however, by rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, planes, and projectiles, all of which would behave very differently if both the ball Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour.
In some volume, V, and over here is going to be vacuum of equal volume, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume once it becomes available.
24. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward over 1,000 miles per hour, then north-south facing cannons should establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. 25. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. 26. Quoting Heaven and Earth by Gabrielle Henriette, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft in the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying, on the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying, on the other hand, as that of the rotation.
That keeps looping. I have no idea why. But if you understand, one of the things that I'll say is that when you start looking into this, you find out, just like we do with Q, right? How they bury the real evidence of Q, right? They'll bury the truth of Q, and then and if you're coming in late, folks, I do cover Q and what Q said about it, and how disinformation is necessary, and it didn't benefit Q to mention flat Earth, and it doesn't, just like it didn't benefit Trump to say, you know, he's on board with Q, right? And so also I cover in the earlier in the show, I cover why they lied to us about this. And I also, if you're coming in late, I also said I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm trying to open up the conversation of how important and why this conversation is so important to have. And that don't throw out things that, check your coat, please, and don't throw out things that stop a conversation, right? Throw out ideas. First of all, listen, pay attention, but then also throw out some questions or throw out some dialogue that extends the conversation, not shuts it down. Because we've been conditioned to shut down such conversations. And that's our ego, and that's our preconceived notions, unconscious bias that we need to check at the code check. Now, one of the things I'm experiencing right now is that we are, it keeps looping, and so hopefully I'll be able to get over that and keep this going. Let's check now.
As that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the wind, and weather patterns could not casually and unpredictably go every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. 29. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour.
I'm going to reboot this because it keeps doing this. They are trying to.
This world is not what you think it is.
And so it's not surprising that they're doing this. And this is also on YouTube. I was trying to pull it up on Vimeo. Let me see if I can find it on Vimeo.
So east.
Or another. Let me see. Let's see if we can find it on. No, that's the. By the way, there's also PDF. I'm going to put a PDF in the chat as well for you that you can tap into. And again, Eric DeBay is also bringing together, you know, some work of Samuel Rothbottom and some of these scientists that did those experimentations, the scientific experimentations. Let me see if I can find this on another platform. And the YouTube will throw, you know, debunked, which should tell you everything you need to know about this, because just like they do with Q, just like they do with the vaccines, the YouTube is bearing the real truth here, right? And so it's hard to find the video of this that's not damaged or that's not being censored. And it's all on YouTube, and they're going to do a lot of debunking Let me see if I can get Vimeo going. Watch on Vimeo. And let's see if we can get this going.
Johannesburg, Horn, Chile, the massive expanse of oceans around the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry.
Having similar problems here. Just being censored here.
In determining distances across the oceans. 35. If the Earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If, however, the Earth is an extended plane, then every line of...
Yeah, this is being shut down. Let me... I'm going to try to shut everything else down and see if I can get to the bottom of this. What's stopping this? Yeah. Let's try this again.
35. If the Earth were truly a globe, the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, testifies to the fact that Earth is not a ball. 36. During Captain James Clark Ross...
Come on. This is unbelievable. I'm going to put a few links in here, folks, just so you can find this on your own. Because it's absolutely... I'm going to drop the Vimeo link as well. Right here. His name is Eric Dubé. And Eric was the first one that I experienced teaching this. And then I did some further research outside of it in books as well as scientific experiments, and also just doing experiments myself. So I just dropped it in Restream. I think I have to drop it in... Will you guys take it out of Restream and drop it in Facebook, please, for me? And let me see if I can get this going. I'll try to do a small screen.
South traveled testifies to the fact that Earth is not a ball. 36. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south as much as 29 miles. 37. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. 38. To quote Reverend Thomas Milner, in the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine? In the former case, upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball. 39. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight-line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees 2 minutes 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles. This is not only larger than the ball Earth is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 40. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring in the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than the Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. 41. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. 42. In the ball Earth model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90 and is therefore not more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting Antarctic circumnavigation, took 3 to 4 years and clocked 50 to 60,000 miles around. The British ship Challenger also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles. This is entirely inconsistent with the ball model. 43. If Earth was a ball, there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions both far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. 44. If Earth was a ball, and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. In actual fact, however, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. 45. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. 46. On a ball Earth, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the globe, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. 47. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such a ridiculous stopover works in reality is because the Earth is flat. 48. On a ball Earth, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, however. Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. 49. If Earth were a spinning ball heated by a sun 93 million miles away, it would be impossible to have simultaneously sweltering summers in Africa, while just a few thousand miles away, bone-chilling, frozen Arctic and Antarctic winters experiencing little to no heat from the sun whatsoever. If the heat from the sun traveled 93 million miles to the Sahara Desert, it is absurd to assert that another 4,000 miles, 0.00004%, further to Antarctica would completely negate such sweltering heat, resulting in such drastic differences. 50. If the Earth were truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the ball model and entirely consistent with the flat model. 51. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately minus 57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of minus 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. 52. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants and animal life is almost non-existent. The same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the sea-bird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant." 53. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun behaves very differently than it would on a spinning ball Earth, but precisely how it should on a flat Earth. For example, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. This is inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but fits exactly on a flat model with the sun traveling circles over and around the Earth from tropic to tropic. 54. At places of comparable latitude north and south, dawn and dusk happen very differently than they would on a spinning ball, but precisely how they should on a flat Earth. In the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. This is inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but is exactly what is expected on a flat Earth with the sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 55. If the sun circles over and around the Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling from tropic to tropic every 6 months, it follows that the northern central region would annually receive far more heat and sunlight than the southern circumferential region. Since the sun must sweep over the larger southern region in the same 24 hours it has to pass over the smaller northern region, its passage must necessarily be proportionally faster as well. This perfectly explains the differences in Arctic and Antarctic temperatures, seasons, length of daylight, plant and animal life. This is why the Antarctic morning, dawn, and evening twilight are very abrupt compared with the North, and this explains why many midsummer Arctic nights the sun does not set at all. 56. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, an observer significantly far enough north can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling in the sky throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth were actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point from 89 degrees latitude downwards could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for 24 hours straight. To see the sun for an entire revolution on a spinning globe at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. 57. The establishment claims the midnight sun is experienced in Antarctica, but they conveniently do not have any uncut videos showing this, nor do they allow independent explorers to travel to Antarctica during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt. 58. The Royal Belgian Geographical Society, in their Expedition Antarctique Belge, recorded that during the most severe part of the Antarctic winter, from 71 degrees south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is completely at odds with the ball Earth theory, but easily explained by the flat Earth model. The midnight sun is seen from high altitudes in extreme northern latitudes during Arctic summer because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during Arctic summer, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months, because there, at the northern tropic, the innermost arc of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 59. Quoting Gabrielle Henriette, "The theory of the rotation of the Earth may once and for all be definitely disposed of as impracticable by pointing out the following inadvertence. It is said that the rotation takes 24 hours and that its speed is uniform, in which case, necessarily, days and nights should have an identical duration of 12 hours each all the year round. The sun should invariably rise in the morning and set in the evening at the same hours, with the result that it would be the equinox every day from the 1st of January to the 31st of December. One should stop and reflect on this before saying that the Earth has a movement of rotation. How does the system of gravitation account for the seasonal variations in the length of days and nights if the Earth rotates at a uniform speed in 24 hours? 60. Anyone can prove the sea horizon perfectly straight and the Earth perfectly flat using nothing more than a level, tripods, and a wooden plank. At any altitude above sea level, simply fix a 6 to 12 foot long, smooth, leveled board edgewise upon tripods and observe the skyline from eye level behind it. The distant horizon will always appear perfectly level with the upper edge of the board. Furthermore, if you move in a half circle from one end of the board to the other, whilst observing the skyline over the upper edge, you will be able to trace a clear, flat 10 to 20 miles depending on your altitude. This would be impossible if the Earth were a globe 25,000 miles in circumference. The horizon would align over the center of the board, but then gradually, noticeably decline towards the extremities. Just 10 miles on each side would necessitate an easily visible curvature of 66.6 feet from each end to the center. 61. If the Earth were actually a big ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would be noticeably curved even at sea level, and everything on or approaching the horizon would appear to tilt backwards slightly from your perspective. Distant buildings along the horizon would all look like leaning towers of Pisa falling away from the observer. A hot air balloon taking off, then drifting steadily away from you, on a ball Earth would slowly and constantly appear to lean back more and more the farther away it flew, the bottom of the basket coming gradually into view as the top of the balloon disappears from sight. In reality, however, buildings, balloons, trees, people, anything and everything at right angles to the ground and horizon remain so, regardless the distance or height of the observer. 62. Samuel Rowbotham's experiments at the Old Bedford level proved conclusively the canal's water to be completely flat over a 6-mile stretch. First, he stood in the canal with his telescope held 8 inches above the surface of the water. Then his friend in a boat with a 5-foot-tall flag sailed the 6 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the 6-mile stretch of water should have comprised an arc exactly 6 feet high in the middle, so the entire boat and flag should have ultimately disappeared, when in fact the entire boat and flag remained visible at the same height for the entire journey. 63. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbotham affixed flags 5 feet high along the shoreline, one at every mile marker, then using his telescope mounted at 5 feet, just behind the first flag, looked over the tops of all 6 flags, which lined up in a perfectly straight line. If the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the flags should have progressively dipped down after the first establishing line of sight. The second would have descended 8 inches, 32 inches for the third, 6 feet for the fourth, 10 feet 8 inches for the fifth, and 16 feet 8 inches for the sixth. 64. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Samuel Rowbotham, "It is known that the horizon at sea, whatever distance it may extend to the right and left of the observer on land, always appears as a straight line. The following experiment has been tried in various parts of the country. At Brighton, on a rising ground near the race course, 2 poles were affixed in the earth 6 yards apart and directly opposite the sea. Between these poles a line was tightly stretched parallel to the horizon. From the center of the line the view embraced not less than 20 miles on each side, making a distance of 40 miles. A vessel was observed sailing directly westwards. The line cut the rigging a little above the bulwarks, which it did for several hours, or until the vessel had sailed the whole distance of 40 miles. The ship coming into view from the east would have to ascend an inclined plane for 20 miles until it arrived at the center of the arc, whence it would have to descend for the same distance. The square of 20 miles multiplied by 8 inches gives 266 feet as the amount the vessel would be below the line at the beginning and at the end of the 40 miles. 65. Also quoting Dr. Rowbotham, "On a shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the earth is a globe." 66. Dr. Rowbotham conducted several other experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, sextants, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. His findings caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 30 years of his efforts, the shape of the earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. 67. The distance across the Irish Sea from the Isle of Man's Douglas Harbour to Great Orme's Head in North Wales is 60 miles. If the earth was a globe, then the surface of the water between them would form a 60-mile arc, the center towering 1,944 feet higher than the coastlines at either end. It is well known and easily verifiable, however, that on a clear day from a modest altitude of 100 feet, the Great Orme's Head is visible from Douglas Harbour. This would be completely impossible on a globe of 25,000 miles. Assuming the 100-foot altitude causes the horizon to appear approximately 13 miles off, the 47 miles remaining means the Welsh coastline should still fall an impossible 1,472 feet below the line of sight. 68. The Philadelphia skyline is clearly visible from Apple Pie Hill in the New Jersey Pine Barrens 40 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, factoring in the 205-foot elevation of Apple Pie Hill, the Philly skyline should remain well hidden beyond 335 feet of curvature. 69. The New York City skyline is clearly visible from Harriman State Park's Bear Mountain 60 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, viewing from Bear Mountain's 1,283-foot summit, the Pythagorean theorem determining distance to the horizon being 1.23 times the square root of the height in feet, the New York City skyline should be invisible behind 100.
Shut down on me. Again, let me show you guys something real quick. This is speedtest.net. I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but I can show you my speed test on this right now. Redneck Prepper, sorry Dave, we don't believe. First of all, you're not we, it's you. And if you don't believe, that's fine. But this isn't about beliefs. This is about opening up a conversation. And I don't want to try to convince anybody of anything tonight, because I spent 10 months on this, and then I spent an additional amount of time. So don't get caught up. Check your coat. Like, seriously, check your coat, please. Because this isn't, I'm not trying to convince you, and I'm not trying to get you to convince me of anything. I want you to look at this, and you got to check your coat. I don't want you to watch 10 minutes of this and say, sorry, Dave, I don't believe, because that's, honestly, it's being ignorant. You're just not opening up your mind. And I just want to have a conversation about this, because if you saw the whole show, you would have seen that that the reason they might have to lie to us about this is that, see how fast this is? I mean, I almost have a whole gig, and it's still shutting me down here. Let me see if I can get this going again.
70 feet of curved earth.
Here we go.
70. From Washington's Rock in New Jersey, at just a 400-foot elevation, it is possible on a clear day to see the skylines of both New York and Philadelphia in opposite directions at the same time, covering a total distance of 120 miles.
Hold on. Sorry about that. There's another hour and 20 minutes of this. I'm not going to play it tonight, but I've put the links in the chat, and I want to hold on. I want to put this in so that you have it, so you can see the links in the chat. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it, buddy. Todd, you want to call in real quick, bud, if you want, since you're up and you're here, and because I want to shift gears just for a moment, just to what might be coming up here in the near future, and I left you guys with enough, and I know you're digging it. Sorry, Dave, leave, bro. Listen, man, if you want to leave, that's up to you. I don't, so I go from, 1,000 people to 999. But the fact of the matter is, you got to be open to new things, or else you'll just be, perpetuating what we've learned our whole life and what we've been indoctrinated into. And I expected that. And you're the one that showed up with a mind that won't allow anything new to enter into it, and to me, honestly, that's unfortunate. So anyway, I put the link. I want you to check it out if you want, and tell me what you think. But there are many ways in which they've tried to control us, which they've tried to lie to us. and I think this is one of them. And you determine for yourself, right? No world order. Dave, I don't wear a coat, and I haven't for several years, and they have lied to us about most everything we believe to be true. We are not on a spinning globe, in my opinion. And you know what, Redneck Prepper, if you're still here, give me 200 reasons why we are on a spinning ball. Give me 10. Seriously. Like, give me proof that doesn't come from Masonic NASA, that doesn't come from NASA, which is Hebrew for to deceive, Nasha, that doesn't come from CGI of planets and other in this planet, and it doesn't come from the programming that we receive from the media. All right, Todd's calling in. We're going to shift gears here. And what's up, my brother?
Hey, this is my sister.
Hey, my sister, what's happening? You're still up? What are you doing still up partying on a Saturday night, huh?
We're all excited. We're doing some sleuthing. It's so exciting.
Hey, there's some shit going down, huh?
Oh my God. Have you seen the White House live feed?
No, I want to go to that. I wanted to go to that with you.
Hell.
It's been busy.
Hey, hi, Sned.
And you want to send me the one you're looking at, or just any White House live feed?
Yeah, just go to White House live feed.
Okay.
And then I think it's Earth TV.
Earth TV, yeah, that's the one we normally go to. Let me pull that up. Okay, here we go.
Batman.
Purple and gold. Hey, by the way, a great decode Betsy Jones sent me today from the real Kim Shady about the Queen being dead.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw it.
From the Walrus Com, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I thought of immediately when I saw this purple and gold.
Well, if you blow it up, Todd says it looks like two angels there, but I think it kind of looks like a crown.
See the pillars? They've got the
shadows in the center?
Yes, I see two kind of angels, yeah. Or
like two angels with their wings going up.
Yeah.
And when you blow it up, you see it really good.
Let me, I don't think I can.
But it could also be a points of a crown. And there's some weird activity going on.
There's been cars pulling in, backing up, moving around, just like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
A lot of activity, kind of strange.
Well, since 12:36, it's 1:06, about 30 minutes ago. And the windows, how they're open, the curtains and the shade, they're at weird angles. It's not like they're just open nice and tidy, and there's more lights on than what there normally is. And Biden is allegedly in Delaware, not even in the house.
Right.
So what's going on?
Hey, Christy, send that to me, would you? Christy Blackburn's done a dive on this. Yeah, very, very interesting. Is there been any public comment on the coloring of the White House?
I caught someone in the chat that said they're doing different colors for, like, I thought it was for
Lent or Advent.
Advent.
Could be.
Yeah, I could see that.
But they normally have been turning their lights off at what time?
11 o'clock our time.
11 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
And then I think we already talked about this, but every wreath on the White House, including the big one in the center of the triangle, has a Masonic sign in the center of, instead of a nice round circle, all of the wreaths have the Masonic, the swoop. What do you call it? Todd?
It looks like the compass.
Yeah, the compass.
Oh, you mean this wreath in the middle here?
Well, not just that wreath. During the daytime, if you look at every single wreath, I noticed it the other day. every single one looks like Masonic, like a
Interesting.
compass.
Interesting. Yeah.
There's been some people on the bottom left going up and down towards, not just going back and forth, like Todd said.
Uh-huh.
Should be a third pillar. Okay.
And yeah, we used to light different candles at the church. I understand what everybody's talking about there, and we used to do the posters of the different ones and everything. I get that. However, we know that symbolism, like for them, can be their downfall, but it can also be, symbolism talking to us too. And could it, like Todd said, tell him what you said when you first saw it?
What?
The King Trump.
Oh, yeah. That was just me spitballing.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well, what else, I mean, are you guys seeing that tells us, hey, maybe we should be on the lookout for something going on here?
Well, I got something. Can I tell it?
Go ahead.
Just something funny that happened this evening. So I'm going back out because someone got the wrong DQ order. They gave the wrong DQ order. So I'm going back out, getting that switched out. And as soon as I turn on the car, because I had my Christmas music on earlier when I came back home. So I turn on the car, and the song that was playing was Silver and Gold, Silver and Gold. And I was like, what? I haven't heard that song for a long time. And it's like, okay, is there a sign here? Silver and gold.
Yeah, the sign is it's Christmas time.
Well, it's a week from today, Big Daddy Trump. Come on, bring it.
Yeah, right.
We're supposed to have a Merry Christmas.
I know.
I got better than that.
Yes, he's got all the fun, good stuff. Tell him about all your dive.
Oh my God. So I've been doing all the homework, even though we're not having shows.
Of course.
Cool. Well, yeah, this is perfect then.
Because that's just what Tesla does.
Because I have to know. And I had all of my drops pulled up for Scavino, which led back to Huma. And then one of my drops from Scavino went and said, follow Huma, and I hadn't gone back and done the dive on her from yesterday. So since Scavino said to go and do it, I did it, and they connected like that 1719 post. They ended up in the same spot.
Uh-huh.
But what they did was, oh my God. And let me look at my computer here. It's the information is all pointing. Well,
did you see what's trending?
Here,
hashtag FJ Biden.
That's trending on Twitter?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God, 2,735 tweets. Trending in political figures.
Wow.
Hashtag FJ Biden.
Well, before we get to that, Dave, let's do something fun. Remember what I told you about all this human trafficking and child pedophilia stuff? Go look at Donald Trump Jr.'s Twitter. Holy crap, Batman.
Did you say hi to
9 hours ago. So CNN is refusing to be, this was, I saw this earlier, to be transparent with the public about full-blown pedophilia scandal unfolding at their network. And Twitter responds by checks notes protecting CNN. This was Greg Price saying Twitter suspended the account Project Veritas used to post their video exposing CNN and Jake Tapper's producer Rick Salaby fantasizing about an underage girl. Investigate CNN, and then account suspended. And I retweeted this, as you can see.
And it keeps going.
Oh my God. The whole elite leftist pedophile ring seems to be a lot less of a right-wing conspiracy theory than the elite leftists keep telling us. Andy No says Project Veritas says a person recorded fantasizing about the genitals of an underage girl is CNN producer Rick Salaby. Yeah.
Do you think this is exposure?
Total.
I mean, we were on this last week. I was like, I'm seeing so much of this direct pedophilia. Direct.
Yep. Yep.
And it's even, I think he even goes farther, doesn't he, on the next one?
He talks about Senator Karen, formerly known as Pocahontas and sitting bullshit, told us he's a freeloader and Elon Musk is to pay a record $12 billion tax bill. Can you imagine paying $12 billion in taxes? Oh my God.
I wouldn't mind.
I know, right? It's like it's like the guy says to the other guy, hey man, how'd you like to make $1 billion? He's like, the taxes.
Yeah, poor guy.
Forget about it.
Yeah, you don't want to have those kind of tax problems.
No, exactly, right?
Okay, so Dave, here's what I did.
Okay.
I aggregated all of the links that I was getting with the Twitter timestamps and all that with all my people, because what I did was I put them all together. I put them all, instead of like doing a Pompeo dive or a Scavino dive, or I put them all, I let them all roll together, and I started seeing 11-4, 11-4, 11-4 everywhere, and timestamps and blue numbers. So what I did was I went to November 4th. I just punch in November 4th in the drops.
Okay.
Because that's 11-4, and that was the prominent number seen all over the place. And even going to the point where it was like, it was in date stamps also. So it was like, and then even backwards, forwards, any way you look at it, but it was a pattern. Okay. Now,
is this what you led? Go ahead.
See how that's 406 in the blue on the top left on your 2417?
Yep. And 405.
Okay. Yeah. Well, see, look at it descends all the way down to 390.
Wow.
Okay. So go punch in 390 all the way to 406 and tell me the date that comes up predominantly on that. Do those 16 drops.
I'm going to go to a new one. And we're going from 390. Have we ever figured out how to do a string?
No, I just had to do them. I just had to punch it in 16 times. But this is what got me so excited, because it's tomorrow's date. I'll just go ahead and let you know.
Okay. Wow.
Well, it's now.
I'm just going to go to 396. Yeah, December 19th. Sea to Shining Sea, a lot of code. Show the World Our Power, Red October. Sweet Dreams. Papers, Public Not Private. NatSec, National Security. 393.
Did you put 390 in, Dave?
Yeah.
390, I believe, is the one with the link. It's got a link on it, and you got to hit that link.
Okay. Fox News. Soros fund manager rape, beat Playboy models, $27 million lawsuit alleges. Wow.
Look at that guy.
Wow.
Now,
Howie Rubin.
And if you go to the article, you can see the depravity. He's got a room that he took him to and beat him so bad that, it's just awful, the torture. But all of this torture of women and children is being exposed.
Yep.
Like we said, it had to be.
He was with Bear Stearns.
Yeah. What are the probabilities of that?
Wow. I used to work with Bear Stearns.
There he is.
I mean,
You used to work with Bear Stearns?
Well, I was trying to actually get their business, and I don't think I ever got it. It was when I had my business in New York City.
That's
and
a Soros fund management company, isn't it?
I didn't realize that at the time. This was back in, my God, the early 90s. Yeah, I never got in there, come to think of it. Would have been huge for me.
Well, yeah, it would have probably put you right square in the middle of it.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to get that contract.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That's kind of the way I look back at my life on things that could have happened and worked out one way or the other.
I know, right?
It seems like it's all been for a reason.
Divinely orchestrated. I mean, when I think about my Hollywood career,
oh God,
dude, I mean, I was supposed to be like the next thing because I was directing a movie within a year and a half being in LA. And that's yeah, it's and the story I was talking about earlier was when my film that I co-wrote, directed, edited, starred in, and wrote the title song for, got picked for the Santa Barbara Film Festival. And the person who ran the film festival, I had gotten made an impression with, and we had this I think I've shared this with you before, but we had this brunch, and she said, "Hey Dave, I sat you with, some of the two of the top critics in Hollywood, right? So, I got you at their table." I'm like, "All right, cool, awesome." And this was when The Matrix had just come out, and somebody at the table, there were some other filmmakers there. There were about 12 of us, I think, at this table, maybe less, maybe like 10. And one of these other filmmakers said, "Oh, you guys see The Matrix?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, yeah, was that amazing or what?" And then everyone's like, all over it. And then this one guy pops off and he's like, "Yeah, it was way too much exposition, way too much, And he was like totally bashing it. And I'm like, "Dude, you got to be kidding me," right? And I just totally went off on him. And I'm like, "This is one of the greatest movies ever." And the reason why it had so much exposition is because they had to explain so much about what was going on. This was the guy. He was the lead critic for the Hollywood Reporter, which is the #1 magazine in Hollywood, that and Daily Variety. And guess who was covering my film?
Perfect.
That guy. And he just totally crushed my film. Meanwhile, it was like the audience favorite at Santa Barbara. Everyone loved it, but he crushed it. And then that makes or breaks a film.
Didn't like it.
What's that?
The cabal didn't like it.
Exactly.
Oh.
So that was, I was talking about that earlier, and so I wanted to come back to that. So perfect segue. So at any rate, so how interesting. So all these things that are coming out about rape and about Chris Noth and about who supposedly molested 3 women now, Sex and the City guy.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, it's all coming out, man. And then you brought us to this one. On the Delta.
It's everywhere.
December 19th.
Well, I didn't even get there, Dave. I went through the 11-4 and I saw these posts. Yep. And then that took me to today. Now it's today because we're past midnight here.
Yeah.
That's why I think this could be. I mean, there's so many posts with the December 19th. It's like I didn't even go to the Deltas to get there.
You're right, which is all the more powerful. This is, by the way, it also talks about L.A. and Heidi Fleiss.
Oh my God. And Schumer's in the book.
Yep, and Schumer and Heidi Fleiss's book.
Yep.
Hollywood Madam, CIA asset, occult practitioner.
Incredible dive, Dave. I mean,
wow.
I'll tell you though, and these are all relevant. And I'll just share with you how many. I'm 50 posts deep into this.
Wow.
50.
Wow. That's awesome, man.
That's why I can't do it on the show, but I'm telling you, 11-4 is everywhere, and I kept seeing that, so I said I gotta go to November 11th. I mean November 4th, and then it brings me back to today's Delta.
That's
really.
That's hey, in all the dives you've done, tell me how many times that's happened.
0.
Exactly. So I wanted to bring that up because I wanted the Sneds to know the significance of what you're saying right now.
It's yeah, and then I went to the links, and these links are all pretty good, but oh man, the connections here were just so strong.
Wow.
I mean, just amazing today. I'm trying to figure out. I had another one. It might have been on another dive I did that was just like, I had like, I don't know, 3 or 4 like holy crap moments today, and that's why I thought I'd give you a little buzz here.
Yeah, I'm glad I saw you in the chat, and I was about ready to wrap up the whole discussion anyway.
Oh, I like the whole format of the show. You know, it's not about trying to get anybody to believe anything. It's just trying to get anybody to believe that what they believe now could be incorrect.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I mean that was really my intent. Like because if anybody had tried to convince me of anything within like a night or 2 nights or 3 nights, I'd be like, no. I'd push back. So I got to tell you, man, I'm really impressed with the Snedheads on how they just held off. Because I know a lot of people had a lot of thoughts, and would want to challenge me, but they really held off, and that's what all I was asking for is just check your coat and hold off, and just listen and just take it in and see, and all that. So I'm really impressed with everybody, by the way, for that. I really am. And I just want to thank you for, being able to be open and listen and not judge and not get bent out of shape, and had to talk a couple of you down, but it was I thought it was very very beneficial for all of us, including me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're not willing to open up to new ideas, whether you believe them or not, it's up to you. But
right.
Boy, I'd sure like to see, just like just like we're trying to get with our friends and family about the jab.
Yeah.
If you were dealing with somebody that had an open mind about it, wouldn't it be a lot easier to explain why you're in your position instead of getting hit with a frying pan every time you try to say something?
Yep. Thank you.
It's just like, what if we all have good intentions here? We don't want you guys to take something that, 3 years down the road from now, if it takes that long, could be detrimental to your health.
Yep.
Absolutely. Why would we argue with you? Why would we try to save you? Because we care about you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and why would they do you harm? Because they're trying to sell everybody on the planet these things. They're making money.
Yeah. And by the way, everyone's getting booted off. A bunch of people are coming in and saying they got booted off certain platforms.
Well, Facebook's still rolling for me. I got it sitting here on my other phone. I don't know about the other ones.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I saw the 13 in the blue, and I went into 13 October 30th, 2017, one of their first drops. Now think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless Patriots. I love how Q says I've said too much. God bless Patriots, and then goes on another 4,800 800 drops. I've said too much. But wait a minute. Wait, I'm gonna be talking for another 3.5 years.
Well, I like how it's just been proven to me that they go forwards and backwards, and when you
Yeah.
think about
Yeah.
that, there's just and the other thing that hit me over the weekend, Dave, I don't know if you saw it on Friday, but Melania's coming out with a new venture,
NFT.
and they mentioned blockchain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, that's assuming that the quantum financial network, the quantum network is up.
Yeah.
To me, that was confirmation that the quantum system is up. Because how can you
Okay.
even talk about blockchain if it's not even in existence?
Well, the NFTs are blockchain, and it's almost like the the thing that drove video, drove VHS. The reason VHS beat out Betamax, do you know why? On the video platform?
I never really put much thought to it.
Yeah, so back in the late 70s, right, there was Betamax, which was a higher quality video format, and it was a thicker tape, a wider tape. And then there was VHS. And Betamax, my brother bought Betamax. He had one of the first ones. They were really expensive. But Betamax, it was kind of like, are you going to go Blu-ray or you're going to go HD? It was the Blu-ray or HD of the time, right? And Patty says, I had a Beta, right? Patty, it was really high quality. Well, the reason why VHS beat out Betamax is because Betamax wouldn't do pornography, and VHS did. And so the porn industry launched VHS over Betamax, even though VHS was a little smaller than Betamax, but Betamax was a much higher quality. And so we all went to VHS because of porn, right? Right. Strat says, Dave, Beta, you are sold, Dave. So yeah, and Diana says, my dad bought the Beta. He's an engineer. My brother was an engineer. They knew that the quality was higher, right? So if we're looking at the blockchain, right? What's driving the blockchain? Blockchain, right? The crypto, right? And now these NFTs. So it's really, I see this stuff, these things that are questionable, that are kind of driving this, that much good is going to come out of it, right? But that initially it could be these negative things that are driving it. And when I say negative, like with Melania, like for example, we could take like a segment of this show. We could literally take a GIF of this show and we could sell it on NFT as blockchain. That kind of thing. I don't know enough about it, but
well, blockchain to me, and I could be completely wrong here, but blockchain only exists on the quantum.
Mm-hmm.
Because in a blockchain system, when I send you money, it only tracks that I'm here in this spot. It's me sending you money. There's no go between. There's no time period of waiting.
Right.
And it's an instant thing. Like if I sent you money, you would get it a millisecond later.
Uh-huh.
And over the blockchain, like I would have an account, but you wouldn't have a bank in between because it's my account. So with an instant transfer, there's no hands in the till on the way. That's, so that the bank isn't holding a big pile of money, collecting interest during those 3 or 4 days that it takes to get to you. It's an instant time and space transfer. Blockchain to me is only exists on a quantum network in reality. So what it did to me is as soon as I saw that she was going to be doing something with blockchain, I was like, what they just did was confirm that the quantum network
Right.
is up.
Right. Yeah, I thought about that too because of, really Melania, she needs to create NFTs. What she needs some extra pocket money.
No, I don't think that was the case. I don't think that was the thing. I think, but also her intentions are fantastic for what the money was going to go to. About taking kids that are children that go to foster homes and educating them when they're about ready to leave the foster home in order to get them a career type skill.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a very humanitarian thing, and that's another thing that kind of clicked in my head. If you know what I mean, a humanitarian thing with the blockchain. Yeah, it ties it all together, but it's also the financial system that it kind of led me to. Because if they're confirming the quantum system, then they're also probably confirming Starlink, which Tesla has, or not Tesla, but Elon Musk has been in the news a lot. And
Right.
It would be his network of satellites that the new internet would be broadcast over.
Yeah.
It won't, this whole system, remember when I always used to rail and say the whole system has to go down? Well, this internet is so chock full of evil stuff that spyware, malware, all that you couldn't get rid of it. So that's why they're getting rid of it and starting a new system that can't be messed with, because you can't steal from anybody on the quantum network, because they'll be able to track where you were in time and space.
Right.
And there's only one unique person that would have stolen it, so you can't. There's no such thing as bank account theft. It's impossible, and if you do, if they do find out that you did it, you're kicked out of the financial network. So that's just like being put in prison.
Yeah.
If you can't buy or sell or trade, then what can you do?
Yeah. Melania was with the Coast Guard today. Is that accurate?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Who was with Coast Guard? Anastasius. Yeah, Melania was with Coast Guard. Maybe in the comms and the pics.
There's so much going on today. I mean, it's just
there is.
like it's just. I try to describe it to people, when they ask me like an instant message or whatever, and I'll just say it's like if you're looking at if you were playing Monopoly with friends, and that you had 3 other friends, you were playing Monopoly.
Yeah.
The whole board is shaking right now. It's like that's what the whole thing is. You don't know where to look. You can't look at a piece because the whole thing is vibrating. And also, Dave. Another thing that I found on Friday was Amir Sarfati was talking about, oh gosh, what's that guy's name? Bin Salman?
Yeah.
The guy Trump's guy?
Yep. In Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and he's negotiating peace deals in the Middle East. So who do you think he's representing?
Yeah.
In my mind.
Yeah.
Because he owes Trump his life.
Mm-hmm.
They're buddies now, so he's gone around and he's, you saw him bro hug Putin when Trump's in the background.
Right.
Now you see him with other leaders of the Middle Eastern countries, Arabs, Israelis, doesn't matter. He's talking to everyone.
Yeah.
I think he's like the unifier. There was also in Iraq. I just saw on Disclosed TV just a minute ago. I didn't see this earlier, but there was an incoming missile there in Iraq, in Baghdad.
There was an incoming missile?
Yeah, it says rocket attack. U.S. air defenses engaged targets over the green zone in Baghdad, Iraq. And they've got video of it. I looked at Disclosed this morning, but then I just caught it. It was 7 hours ago, so it's not like it's breaking news, but it's pretty interesting that there's activity like that.
Yeah. Hey, let's
That's what I'm
look at.
saying. The whole board is like I'm saying, if you're when you're doing what you do when you look at everything that I'm looking at, it's all going like all the information is going like something major's happening.
Right. Right.
Because if remember when they asked Trump about Q and he said, well, if they're against child trafficking and
isn't that a good thing?
And pedophilia, then that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're about to where that would be a uniting thing that, if CNN, how many times do you have to see that there's pervs working at CNN?
Right.
You got Tubin. He comes back after whacking on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Then you got the other guy that just got caught, and then you got Cuomo, who's he's dirty. It's like
and he who's also covering for his brother, who's
dirty in any way you look at it.
Yeah.
So this is like a huge conspiracy that's coming out, and CNN's the target. And I've been led to Anderson Vanderbilt a lot lately.
Yeah.
So I think he could be an incoming target.
Yep, coming next on CNN.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, check out Christy Blackburn's. I want to go over this. She just sent this in. So this is the White House. What we just saw.
Yep.
Right. This is the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Cindy was talking about maybe seeing a crown there.
Uh-huh.
Here's the purple and gold crown. That's what I thought of immediately. This was December 11th. The Pope wears purple and gold. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. It's Revelations 17:4-5. And then holy water. This is the U.S. Navy today. I think it's today. Let me double check. Christy, is this today?
December 1st.
December 1st. Yeah, okay. Holy water. Sailors participate in the blessing of a reverse osmosis water purification unit. Self-sustaining system supplying the camp with potable water for consumption, sanitary, and fire protection needs. And then The Real Advent by Kim Shady. Nativity of Christ at Christmas and the Return of Christ as the Second Coming. The name was adopted by Latin Adventus, coming arrival. Translates Greek, New Testament. It's hard to read some of this. But let me go back to this. And on this beautiful second Sunday of Advent, we are reminded that faith is the light that guides us through the darkness. Have faith in God. God has faith in you. Buenas noches, my beautiful patriots. Love your familia. Bring out the best in them and give them a big bear hug. That was Il Donato Trumpo. December 6, 2021, that's the one candle. December 11th, that's the two candles. And
that'd be an 11-6 too, backwards.
Right.
Mirror. The first one was posted on the 6th. The second one was 11. So 11-6 confirmation.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's hold on. President Trump grants December 24th as a federal holiday. Remember that last year?
Mm-hmm.
When is Advent 2021? 12/11/21. Started on November 28th, 13 days ago, and ends on Friday, December 24th in 13 days. Okay. It's going to be biblical, a great awakening, biblical times. Army, Navy, final score. 17-13.
Yeah.
Wow. With the Navy number 14. There we go. And the colors of Advent, purple and gold. The White House, 12/11/2021, 11:46 EST. The two candles, 11 and
there's another 11-4.
Yeah.
I've seen 11-4s everywhere.
Yep, 11:46. Yeah, 11:4.
Yep.
And then 4:15 p.m. December 1st, and then the Advent. Okay, I got that one. And I'm going to read to this too. The first candle symbolizes hope and is called Prophet's Candle. The prophets of the Old Testament, especially Isaiah, I was talking about Isaiah tonight, waited in hope for the Messiah's arrival. The purple color symbolizes royalty, repentance, and fasting. The second candle represents faith and is called Bethlehem's candle. Micah had foretold that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem, which is also the birthplace of King David. The second candle is also purple to symbolize preparation for the coming king. The third candle symbolizes joy and is called the shepherd's candle. To the shepherd's great joy, the angels announced that Jesus came for humble, unimportant people like them too. In liturgy, the color rose signifies joy. The candle is colored pink to represent joyfulness and rejoicing. The fourth candle represents peace and is called the angel's candle. Those would be the angels you saw.
Yep.
The angels announced that Jesus came to bring peace. He came to bring people close to God and each other again. This color is also purple to represent the culmination of love through the Messiah. The optional fifth candle represents light and purity and is called Christ candle. Is placed in the middle and is lit on Christmas Day. This candle is white to represent pure light and victory. In ordinary
you don't
time,
really think Joe's behind this, right?
No.
I don't either.
Although he is a good Catholic, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then let me just read what Christy says. White House is still lit up in its purple and gold, the Advent, the second coming of Christ. And I'll go to this as I read it. The live feed. Purple and gold timestamp, Advent colors, purple and scarlet color and decked in gold. The Advent is a celebration of the nativity of Christ at Christmas and the return of Christ at the second coming. Symbolic trump, the second coming. If Il Donato did post Advent candles, purple candles, about a week ago. The Advent, the second coming of Christ, Advent 2021, started November 28th, ends December 24th. Both of these days are 13 days apart from today, December 11th. So this was December 11th when she did this. Events not date. White House lit up in purple and gold. Now, I think, yeah. Okay. Representing.
Now, 11/6 would be the 17th.
Yeah.
11 plus 6
Yeah.
would be 17, which would be back to Q, which confirmation on 11/6.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, the Kim Shady on the walrus thing was kind of interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the walrus sighted in Britain, and how the walrus represents the harbinger of death, and that the queen might be dead. And
there's so much symbolism going on. It's like like the Huma tweet today. Well, it wasn't today, but I was drawn back to it going through Scavino. it took me back to a picture of Hillary and Huma having a conversation.
Yep.
And you could see both booms above them. So it was like boom, boom.
Interesting.
It was like, I'm like, this could be boom week.
And where was that?
In Huma's Twitter.
Okay.
There was a picture of her and Hillary, and there's no reason to take a picture of those two and include the microphones. You have to look at everything.
Yeah. Well, let's go to that.
Yeah, just check it out, and it, there's no reason in the world to. You could easily have just taken a picture with those two and not included the booms.
Yeah, exactly.
it's everywhere. That's what I'm saying. It's just like crazy.
Which one is this?
Keep going. It's the stills. There's right there.
There. Yeah.
On the left. See the mics?
Yep.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Wow. Both boom mics. I love that, man. Nice catch on that. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Boom, boom.
Yeah, why would you? There's no. And then look at whatever office that is for being a really kind of nice place. Whoever did their carpeting should be shot. Look how cheap that is. That's terrible. I mean, I know about construction.
Right.
I would have, if I put that in a new reno house, if I renovated a house and you could, and it was that bad, they'd make me take it out.
Interesting.
I don't know. That's that blue that we like.
That's
too,
a set, dude. That's a set, and I'll tell you why.
I think it is too.
Yeah, it's totally a set because look at the around the desk, that little rug around the desk. That's really cheap, and also the chair on the rug isn't even. It's not like a wheeled chair. It's just like a sitting chair, like a static chair.
Well, where are the legs?
Yeah, well, the legs I can see coming out of her hair, I think. But even if those are the legs, like moving that in and out of the desk is just really, no one would have that in their desk. And by the way, all these books and these pots, that's a complete set.
Yeah, did you see the H?
Yeah.
And we've seen H in kill brackets a lot.
Yeah.
I looked at these pictures. When I saw the booms, I was like, there's no reason for that. They could have easily.
Yeah.
You could have shown enough without showing the mics, the boom, boom.
Yeah, that's a total set.
I believe it is too.
Yeah.
Just, that carpet looks like they laid it in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It doesn't. And you notice the color? It's that color that
Tiffany blue. Hey, this is a master class that she's doing. Teaches the power of resilience.
Oh, God.
Barrier smashing leader Hillary Rodham Clinton teaches you how to overcome setbacks and build a life of principle and purpose. Folks, if you want to be inspired,
yeah.
Oh my God, man. Holy cow. And so she's at that desk in the studio.
I'm going to share with you what I intended to say if I had been elected in 2016.
Never give up.
By the way, that goes back to Churchill, which takes us back to England, which takes us back to the Queen.
My fellow Americans, today you sent a message to the whole world.
Todd, hold on.
Hold on. I gotta get a tissue, Dave.
I gotta wipe. Hold on. I gotta wipe an Obama tear.
Everybody will be knocked down. The question is, will you get back up?
Not if you got knocked down by Clinton. I'll tell you that much right now.
No.
Oh my God. Oh, look at this lineup, Todd. This is an all-star lineup.
Wow.
Wow. What did they do? What was the criteria? Let's find the people that have murdered the most people on the planet, and let's put together a lineup, right?
Wow.
Oh, man. And all of their actions, then they asked Madeleine Albright, do you think it was worth it? 500, murdered Iraqi children? Yeah, we think it was worth it. Wow. And Condi. Oh, Condi, we didn't see her in
to
there.
Share my life lessons with the hope that it might help you as you navigate your own life.
Meet your new instructor.
Let me out of this class.
And they underline the R in you. Are you serious? Right?
I made so many gaffes and mistakes.
Yeah, you did. One of them was making this master class.
There are steps you can take to build confidence in yourself, to begin to trust yourself about the decisions you will make.
By the mistakes she's made.
This class is for anyone at any age who wants to think about building a life of meaning and purpose, of having a mission that captures what you're willing to stand up for. Everyone, every one of you has the ability to be resilient. I've been, reduced to tears. I've been frustrated.
Okay, we're going to let this one go.
I'm so inspired, Dave.
I can't take it anymore. It's too much. It's just too much inspiration in one sitting. I'm going to try to sleep tonight, Todd, and if I listen to any more, I'll be so inspired. I'll start a new business by morning. So I can't do that. Just can't. I can't. Wow, boom, dude. All right. So did you go to the boom boom and the dives?
No, I was 50 in, so
yeah.
Why don't we go check it out?
There we go. Boom, boom. Within a week of the last boom set, what coincidence? Remember Southwest? Remember Texas? 4 boom, 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 boom. 4 planes make emergency landings in Chile, Peru, and Argentina due to bomb threats.
Well, there was a plane crash just recently. Where was it? South America somewhere? Or another plane went down in the last couple days.
Is that right?
Yep. Notice how they put the 2 booms together. They separate it. See, boom, boom, and then boom, boom.
Yeah. They do the Hoover Dam trying to discredit Q. Man caught who follows Q because they're trying to take Q out. Yeah, those are the only boom booms.
They aren't doing very good, are they?
No. But, worth seeing. Wow, man. So, what do you think? Do you think the Queen's dead, first of all? Because that could be a huge, yeah.
Well, we could only hope.
Right.
But there's a lot of congratulations on this, on the dives I did, where they're talking like, something's going to happen. You just did a you just did a U.S. Navy post, Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And 395 talks about sea to shining sea,
right?
And then codes.
Yeah.
Show the world our power.
Yeah.
I, you know, I just keep going back to. I just keep seeing everything as a whole, and something big's got to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We could get into details in this dive or the next, Todd, but bottom line here is I think the timing of me wanting to talk and have the conversation about flat Earth is kind of very timely. And why do I say that? I don't even know why I said that. I do, but how do I put it into words? I think we're here. And I think so much is going to be exposed in the coming weeks that I want the Sneds to be ready with maybe the most impossible thing to wrap our heads around. Because the things that we're going to have to wrap our heads around in the coming weeks need that kind of flexibility. It's almost like I'm stretching our muscles right now, right? So we can expand our way of thinking and challenge and well, maybe I was lied to about that. Maybe I was lied to about that in the biggest way possible. Because what's about to come out is going to rock people's worlds.
Yep. That's kind of why I like what you were doing. I didn't interrupt or anything. I was like, this is good because you're going to need your mind to be open. Even like I said before, we think we're awake.
Yeah.
Hell, we could be 2% awake to what's really going on.
Yep.
We've been told that if we knew, 99% of us would be in hospitals.
Yep.
So obviously we don't know everything, do we?
No, and we can't. But we do have to, the more we can, Anastasia, mental calisthenics, exactly. The more we can be open and not even be open, but yeah, Sean, opening our minds to the vast possibilities, but just being able to, okay, this thing comes firing at us. It's like, well, wait a minute. Let me not let it penetrate me or not let it knock me off balance, but let me just pause it. Almost like Neo at the end of the Matrix when he just says no and the bullets just stop. And then he picks one up and he just kind of looks at it, right? And then drops it and they all just drop. That's the kind of power I want us to have going into the mass awakening, because we're already one step ahead because we're awake. So it's not going to be as damaging to us as it is to, our families that think we're a bunch of nutcases, right? So this is important.
It's just huge exposure.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2:00 and all's well here, and I just wanted to jump on and kind of give a little, I think that it's just been incredible the last couple of weeks, and it keeps ramping up more every day.
It does.
So that's why I feel like, and it's tying together really well.
Yep. Yep.
We're hearing a lot of things, we're seeing a lot of things, other people are posting a lot of things, and it's going right along with the drops.
Yep.
So when it all comes together like that as a whole, boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Yeah. We'll see what comes out of it, man.
Yeah. And I said, we've been wrong before about, predictions and stuff, but I'm not the one that's predicting the dates. I'm just seeing the dates.
Right.
Well, I got a theory on that, and I'm going to stick to it. It's 1 week. Actually, it's less than 1 week now towards Christmas. President Trump has never not kept a promise. He has kept all of his promises. He has told us it's going to be a great Christmas. Has
Yeah.
he not? So
Yeah.
I'm still have belief in my president that it's still going to happen, and it can still happen. We can wake up and tomorrow can be a whole new world,
Yeah.
or Monday might be a whole new world, or Tuesday, or Wednesday. But I have a lot of hope. So, and there was, I forget who it was, but one of the Sneds sent me a picture. They had been to the White House Visitor Center, and the picture of all the presidents that was up, and it didn't show Sleepy Joe. It just showed President Trump, and it showed 2017, but it didn't have an ending year.
It had a what?
It had a picture of DJT.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
But there wasn't a year ending, and there wasn't no Sleepy Joe.
As if there was that he was still president and there was no Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, Sleepy Joe
Interesting, wasn't
he
it?
wasn't even. You'd think you'd change add the picture of the current president.
Yeah.
It's
correct.
been almost a year.
Yeah. It's basically, yeah. I mean, if Trump had won, what needed to happen happened.
Yeah, this was all planned.
Yeah. Great opportunity to start all over. Yeah.
The other thing I'm seeing is, you're seeing these lockdowns in all these other countries over basically the common cold. What could be the motivation there?
Dude, it's mind-blowing.
Well, the first time we locked down worldwide, we thought maybe something would happen, but this is the second time, right?
Yeah.
And for basically a cold.
Yeah.
So we're about 72 hours until 12:21, ticking away. MC9.
Well, Mr. Poole, Lori says Mr. Poole posted an exact mirror tonight. 22:21.
Yeah, there's the other thing, Dave, on those the 19th, that I was pointed to through the 11/4.
Yeah.
The November 4th drops were, and then going to the other numbers that were the 19th delta. The next number is 21 on the later drops. So you'll see like 405, 406.
Yeah.
They're 12/21 drops.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. 12/21. We've always had more than we know.
Yeah. 12/21. Here it is. 406, 12/21. 405, 12/21.
Cooper?
Isaac Cappy, take it away. What's that?
See where it says Cooper?
Yeah.
Remember I just said Anderson Cooper?
Yeah. Good call, bro. Yeah.
Full disclosure.
Yeah. We listened. Find the exchange. No coincidences. Cooper. Let me go to 404 and.
Yeah, they were all good, man. All the way through from 404, from 406 all the way down to 390.
Hold on. Yeah, good stuff. Here's how to make the memes. That was 4660. 394 took us there. I screwed this up. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I need right there. Yeah, dude, there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on that just, warrants our attention.
Big time. Well, I'm on it. If I get anything,
Cool.
I'll throw it on the Facebook.
Well, reach out to me. We could always go live at a moment's notice and do something with it.
All right.
This was what, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5-hour show tonight. Awesome.
Not
Yeah,
for us, for
just,
you.
just popping on.
Man, yeah. I can't believe you guys. I was just gonna do an hour, and then you guys came on.
Oh yeah, it's us. It's us. I know. We got 134 more ways to the Earth is flat or not round. So
Yeah, I know.
we
Got another hour and 20 minutes of that.
Well, good night. You can watch it.
And by the way, when you really get into that, is when you spend an hour on each of those. That's when it really gets crazy, which I've done. Like I've gone into, okay, this one, let me pause it here, and then I spend an hour on that one. Then I pause it here and spend an hour on that one, and that's when it gets freaking crazy.
Why don't you just do the Cliff Notes?
Yeah.
I never did meet Cliff, but that guy's a genius.
Who? Oh, Cliff. Yeah.
You need to go to bed, Dad.
Yeah.
No kidding. Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right.
I'm
love
out
you,
of
man.
here. It's past 2:00, so
Yep.
I gotta go. But yeah, so it's pretty cool. Things are going good.
Yeah. Awesome.
I think I think we're gonna get our brain boxes blown up soon. So
Keep your vibes positive,
Yeah.
folks. Keep your vibes positive.
Yeah. Hey, bud. Bears for asking, but what's the significance of 1221? Isaac Cappy, 1221, take us away, and also Trump's executive order.
Yep.
1221 was taking the assets away from those engaged in human trafficking and crimes against humanity. Anything else?
Nope. That's
Awesome.
it.
Good night, everybody.
Roger.
Love you guys.
Good
Thanks.
Over and
Thanks for
out.
jumping on. That was awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
No problem, man.
See ya.
Love you,
Bye-bye.
brother. Love you, Sneds. Good night.
Love you.
y'all. Good night.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, and it's also the winter solstice, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Christy, thank you. So, my friends, what a night. Wow. I thought I was going to spend like an hour with you tonight. But I'm taking time off with my family. So, starting this week, I'm going to do Monday, Tuesday. And so Todd and Cindy will be able to have some time off for their families as well. So good stuff. Dear Lord, thanks for bringing us all together this evening under one roof in the theater together, and just asking questions, opening our minds, and wanting to learn more about how we all came to be, and how and the one thing, and I'll share this after the prayer actually, but thank you, Lord, for this beautiful creation in which we're living in. And thank you for the messages that we're getting that speak to better things on the horizon, despite the absolute madness that we're living through right now. And Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be alive during this period of human history and to make a difference in people's lives. And we're so grateful for that. And we ask you, Lord, please watch over all the Sneds that are having difficulty. Please watch over Jason and his daughter and their family. Please watch over Marianne and her husband. And please watch over all the Snedheads that are having difficulty out there, that are having health issues, they're having financial issues. Lord, please lift them up. Let them know that they're not alone, that you're with them, and you always will be. And we thank you for Donald Trump. We thank you for the Q team. And we ask you to bless all those that are in harm's way, that are taking back our country, that are making sacrifices for the better of humanity. And we ask you to strengthen them, love them, and protect them in your light. In Jesus' name we pray. Thy will be done. Amen. My friends, many of you asked if the earth is a disc and it's a circle and not a globe, and it has a firmament and it's unmoving. If all this is true, why did they do this? Do they want you close to your Creator? Do they want you to know that you were created by a divine, omniscient, sentient being? No, they've done everything they could to take that connection away from you. Rudolf Steiner talked about inoculations and how they would use vaccination to keep us from connecting with our Creator and connecting with our spiritual realm. They want us divided. They want us believing that we are a mistake. If the one thing that the flat earth with firmament proves, that everything you see, everything that we experience, and every one of us was created by some entity that you and I kind of feel in our hearts, many of us, that we know who it is, and we speak to that entity, and we pray to that entity, and we ask that entity for guidance. And as you and I do that, and we supplicate ourselves to that entity, our God, our Savior, our Holy Spirit, that we ask for guidance because we know that we are flawed. We know that we are brilliant and a creation of God, but we know that we're here for a reason, and that we want to honor that. We want to honor our Creator by stepping up for that reason. And if this exists in the way that I think it does, that is the proof. That is all the proof we need. We don't need to go to a written book that was written by man, influenced and inspired by God, but written by man. We don't have to go to a book to try to prove that we were all created, that everything we see was created. They have convinced us that we exploded in a sky and everything exists because of that explosion, when in actuality, if there's a dome above us and an ice wall around us, and stars in the firmament, and the sun and moon, moving around in a circle above us, there's no debating, there's no challenging the fact that this was all created by a God or gods that watch over us and guide us, and they don't want that. They don't want that. I think DNA proves creation. I think sacred geometry, the mathematics of the cell division, proves creation. Because it was mathematical, they figured it out, right? But man, this is a mind blower when you think about this firmament, when you think about this dome, when you think about this enclosure that we're in. there's no other explanation other than somebody built it. Somebody created it. All right, my friends, I love you. Be well. See you Monday night. If something pops, we'll come on earlier, but just be aware, be discerning. Check out Eric Dubay, 200 Reasons the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. I've spent hours on each one of those. And I ask you to do the same if you have the time, if you have the inclination. And just be open. Be open to all possibilities. That's all I ask. All right, love you. Good night.